Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome to 2025 and welcome to episode 196 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially around the world as Lookout Sir. And I think I'm wrong, actually, Phil. I think it's actually episode 195, isn't it?
No.
No, it definitely is 196. That's right. Don't worry.
We did 195 twice.
So nice, we did it twice.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's where we went wrong. Yes, so, hello everyone. Welcome to episode 196. My name's Dan. I'm introducing the podcast, and this is Phil. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Hello. Yeah, it's still me, here as always.
Felt a little odd, I have to be honest, saying Happy New Year at this point in January. But ultimately, you know, even though we have actually already put out a sort of pseudo episode in 2025, we didn't really. It was a bit of a horrible mess of a thing. But, you know, thank you to those who engaged with it and enjoyed it. But yeah, normal service has resumed, hasn't it, Phil? Exactly.
Back on the gravy train of doing the podcast.
Absolutely. All that gravy train. Who's getting the gravy from this train, Phil? It's certainly not us, is it?
No, it's our listeners. They are getting the gravy of our dulcet tones and sometimes slightly loud voices.
That's it. Drowned in our gravies. What a treat. And what gravy-like treats do we have to share with them this week, Phil?
Well, we've got all the treats in the form of the LVO previews, covering not just 40k, because last year we were a 40k podcast. This year we're a Warhammer podcast. So obviously we're talking about Age of Sigmar, the specialist game stuff, which includes the Old World, Necromunda, and Horus Heresy. And then obviously we are talking about 40k. And did I say AOS already? We're doing AOS.
So nice. Once again, you said it twice. Yeah, we're going to do all of that.
Yeah.
But before all of that, it is customary that we do a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time. I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter! Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to in there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
So as always, I have to be honest, although, you know, I don't always have to be honest, but I like to be honest. It's kind of my thing. Everything's got a bit weird on the 5-star review segment since Chartable, my trusty source for all things reviews, ceased to exist. So now I have to work harder to do the segment, whereas before I would just kind of immediately check Chartable, see where we were, and go from there. So, yeah, I don't know how this is going to work going forwards. I don't think we're going to drop the segment, but it's certainly going to be more complicated going forward. So,
is there not another review aggregate website?
No. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, obviously, if any of you dear listeners are aware, please send it my way, because it would be super helpful.
I mean, if they've got the skill, just make one for us. That'd be great.
Have you got the skill, Phil?
I've got the managerial skills to boss people around to do it for us. Yes, I could do it in that form.
There we go. There you go. For a relatively small fee, and by relative we mean very, you know, we could recruit you to help us in our efforts to document our 5-star reviews. And if you're willing to do that, please do reach out to us, because quite honestly, you'd be doing us a great service. But nonetheless, we'll struggle on with the way it is now. So, as has been the custom from time in memoriam, Phil, where does this week's 5-star review come from?
Oh God, we're still doing that tradition. I'm going to assume you've been lazy and you've just looked on Facebook in a rush to get this episode out. So yeah, Facebook.
You're quite wrong, Phil. I was lazy and went to iTunes. iTunes of Great Britain. No necessarily solid confirmation that this was the last one that we did, but I checked a previous episode and I saw that it was left by an individual called Lego Han, and then there was also one from an Australian fan in Apple Podcasts of Australia. So now I have gone over to the United Kingdom and found a review via xcsf, which I think might be clever language for something, has Tggdyhvfh. Again, I can't, my brain doesn't cope with it, but we're going to say xcsf has Tggdyhvfh. That's the name. xcsf has Tggdyhvfh. So if that's you, feel free to tell me what the joke is, because I clearly don't get it. But they say, Phil, thank you, 5 stars, which is, of course, prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if you would like to be like xcsf has Tggdyhvfh, please feel free to leave us a 5-star review in any place that you can, noting that I have no meaningful way of finding that anymore. So, while you're leaving it, do make more of an active effort to point out to us where it is. This is a golden opportunity if you want to kind of jump the queue, because basically everything's been upended. Cats are marrying dogs, etc., etc. It's madness. So please, feel free to shower us in 5-star love, because it helps out the podcast massively, and is also very reassuring for me and Phil as we continue to wrestle with the various quandaries of life, the universe, and all things in between. So yeah, cheers to those of you who have. Thank you to those of you who maybe will. And for you just listening, you're great also. But, not quite as good as the people who leave 5-star reviews. And certainly not as good as who, Phil?
The Patreon supporters who give us cold, hard cash that literally keeps the lights on and the software that we're recording working, which we had to do this week. We had to spend some pretty pennies to renew our annual subscription, as always. So, yeah, thank you guys and girls and, whoever you may be for keeping the show running. That's always greatly appreciated. There's obviously the other people in the world that just leave comments and likes and, engage with us on the social media platforms. You, too, are also appreciated.
Absolutely. But yeah, if you would like to be a patron and consider supporting the podcast to a greater extent, you need only follow the links in the description. And at some point, we'll do a better job. Again, I've been dealing with a lot of nonsense at the start of the year. I posted about it on my Instagram, and I kind of alluded to it in the last episode. But essentially, my dad died recently. So I've been a bit of a mess, as you can imagine. Parents dying, not particularly fun. And I'm not throwing this in, by the way, for anyone who thinks that I'm doing a kind of weird hard sell for Patreon. I'm not going come on, guys, my dad's dead. Give me some money. No, that's not where I'm going with this. What I was basically saying is that there was an aspiration to do more on Patreon, but I've been kind of spun for a loop and the whole thing's gone a little bit topsy-turvy. But getting back on the horse, feeling better about life, the universe, and all things in between. And obviously, thanks so much to everyone who was cool enough to reach out and share your own experiences. A lot of people out there going through similar things. And, although it doesn't necessarily make it easier for me necessarily, and I'm sure it doesn't make it easier for you hearing about me either, but ultimately it's kind of like a nice kind of collective thing to kind of share those stories and be heard, and to also, listen to others as well. But anyway, yeah, that's a whole lot of fun. Good times. Way, life's weird, isn't it, Phil?
Well, it can be sometimes, for sure.
It can be sometimes, but we trundle on. So anyway, that bombshell. There's also merch. Come on, my dad's dead. Buy some merch. Right, anyway. Jesus. It's what he would have wanted. You got to laugh when you cry. Anyway, there you go. So that was all the plugs. 5-star review section. So thank you from xcsf has. And they say thank you, 5 stars. just love the pure, raw humour and the informative information pancake emoji. There you go. Thank you, xcsf has. You are a saint, a scholar, and anything else that would discern you as a individual of great social standing. Thank you so much for the 5-star review. And to elaborate is, of course, our own Phil.
Well, thank you so much for your kind words. However your name is said or pronounced, feel free to let us know. Reach out to us and correct us. We're glad you're enjoying the show. We're glad you find it humorous, because ultimately, me and Dan, we're both very straight-laced people. There's no real humour in the show whatsoever. Any humour is purely accidental.
Absolutely. There we are. Transitional noise. All right, in this part of the podcast, we're going to be taking it upon ourselves to talk about the hotly anticipated Chaos Legion known throughout the warp and lands beyond as the Emperor's Children. It is a momentous occasion, isn't it, Phil? We haven't had Emperor's Children, well, technically ever, although they have appeared in unit form in the past. But yeah, this is an exciting time, isn't it, for the world of Chaos and all of its associates, I suppose.
Yeah, no, it's a good one. It's a big one. It's something I've been predicting for like 4 or 5 years now, where they were clearly doing the cycle of each Chaos God with a Space Marine or Chaos Space Marine faction alongside it. And I was convinced we were going to get these way sooner than we have. So it's good that they finally appeared.
It eventually happened, my friend. And to prove it, they are here, although not quite yet, although at least we have a bunch of photography and or video files showcasing their magnificent splendour, although seemingly met with a relatively lukewarm reception from the majority of people, it seems.
Yeah, I think that's fair, to be honest. My hot take is trying to do pink in 40k is very difficult, and that isn't necessarily going to help them. And they are, they're probably the silliest of the Chaos Marines we've seen so far.
That's fair. My thinking with it is that, and again, we'll get into it as we get into it, but I think one of the things that's interesting, I suppose, is that Space Marines conceptually, and certainly Chaos Space Marines, really need to lean into kind of those big Baroque details, but it isn't that kind of bulky, kind of brutal aesthetic that really brings them to life in a really interesting way. I think the complexity of the Emperor's Children is that they need to showcase a more kind of, I suppose, slender profile, a more agile form. And that is something that is almost kind of at odds with the kind of popular aspects of the Space Marine design, which really, as has kind of consistently been the case, the kind of chunkier and bulkier and weightier you make a Marine Mini, the more kind of imposing and amazing they look. Whereas I think when you lean more towards the kind of more slender form factor, they start to kind of lose something. I think this is really personified in the Phobos range, although I think they do a really good job with certain Phobos minis to kind of deal with that. I think the snipers, the eliminators are a very good silhouette, so they kind of get away with it. But definitely when you're looking at things like the, the infiltrators, it does start to show some of its weird kind of, form. And I think that's kind of present here, to be fair.
They are, they're the most like rogue trader, like of all the Chaos Marines. They really harken back to that 80s sort of literally heavy metal sort of design aesthetic, more so than all the others. I just don't necessarily know if they've really hit the nail on the head with it, but we can go through them and cast our judgments.
Absolutely. I will say from the outset as well, though, Phil, and I think this is an important thing to discuss, and we may as well hit it head on. It was confirmed that the Emperor's Children will feature the complete contents of the Demons of Slaanesh. So all the Demons of Slaanesh that are presently available within Codex Demons, as far as we're aware, will now basically be here. Do we think, Phil, do we suspect that this is the first shot fired in the war to end the Codex Chaos Demons tradition of old?
I mean, probably. I wouldn't mind a generic sort of slimmed down Codex Demons in addition to all the mainline Chaos Space Marine factions having the associated Chaos God Demons. I think that's a good addition for them, and it works really well and is very thematic. So I think that's very cool.
Yeah.
But going and getting rid of Chaos Demons completely as its own thing, I mean, there's a bit of a sad that it might happen. I wouldn't like it to happen. And you also get some weird niggly things like where would Bellicor go and his kind of combined aspect, unless that falls under the generic Chaos Space Marine book. But, you know, who knows?
I mean, that's how it works in Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar can and has often set trends. So in the world of Age of Sigmar, Slaves to Darkness, which is essentially generic chaos in Age of Sigmar, that's where Bellicor resides, and he has a specific list that allows him to take a smorgasbord of different demons from different, chaos gods. Although interestingly, not Skaven, but I guess Skaven doesn't really technically have demons, even though it does. But let's not get into why Skavens and rats are demons in the world of AOS. This is, strictly a 40k segment.
They belong in the destruction, category, and that is a hill I will die on forever.
I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, I understand that they kind of straddled this weird thing. But I do actually agree they're probably more destruction. But whatever. In AOS, Skaven are basically the fifth Chaos God. Yeah. Whatever. You don't care about that. You're here for 40k, so we'll carry on talking about that. But the point is that in Slaves to Darkness, that's how it works. And I could see that going the way of in 40k, because it's evident now that when we get Death Guard, they're going to have the Nurgle demons, so on and so forth. I think it'd be a real shame for the demon players to have to sort of be told that, no, you now got to specialize in a particular Chaos God, and that's going to limit your creative opportunities. I think GW would be wise enough to know that that's not a good play, but I fear that they're going to do it in the way that they just handled Deathwatch, where really what they're saying to you is that they're going to stop doing this over a long-term period, but to shut you up in the short term, they'll give you an index just to tide you over, which they kind of already have done. So, yeah, I think it's not unreasonable to assert that in 10th edition 40k, we will get no Codex Chaos Demons, and that Chaos Demons will just reside with an index across the span of time until they kind of add them to Chaos Space Marines in 11th edition and just sort of go, yeah, well, it was going to happen. We all knew it was coming. Because I think we all did know it was coming. It's just, it's a shame to see it actually happen. But yeah.
Yeah, and not great for those players. But, I imagine in Games Workshop mind for the greater good, it's something that they've got to do for whatever reason.
For whatever reason. Money, Phil. Money is the reason.
I imagine they want to sell demons to Chaos Space Marine players.
Absolutely.
Which, in theory, they just should have been able to do that anyway.
Well, exactly. I will say this, and we'll talk about it in the outro segment of the actual full podcast, but yeah, pricing-wise at the moment from a 40k perspective, I've seen what it costs to buy 5 Elder Aspect Warriors at the moment and what that correlates to in terms of points to put on the tabletop. I do think like we are spiralling into a bit of a mad world when it comes to points or pound for points, especially with those guys, but we'll grumble about that later. But no, it's sad, but also inevitable. And again, I think it's a good way of fleshing out these ranges, because I actually think as well, one of the problems with Berserkers, or more specifically World Eaters, they felt quite shallow because all they were was Berserkers, 2 types of 8-bound Terminators that were quite tokenistic, and a handful of characters.
And Cultists.
Yes, the Jackals. So it was very light. And then, had they then been like, yes, but also here are all the Khorne demons, you kind of go, okay, well, this feels a bit more fleshed out. And I think that's the thing with Emperor's Children. As we get into this, there's not that much to really look at. I mean, by all accounts, it seems like there's like 4 different types of unit, one of which seems like a variant of itself. So it seems like it's a 2-for-1 type of jobber. And then maybe a handful of characters. I mean, obviously it's still early days. There could be still more stuff to come. But it doesn't seem like it. So I think that's the thing. It's going to be interesting. Or rather, it would have been interesting to see how that would have gone over had it not been for the inclusion of the demons. So I do kind of understand why they've had to do it this way. I just hope that a pure demon codex isn't going to kind of suffer as a result. But I think it's only inevitable that it will.
Yeah, sadly so, but it is to the benefit of those Chaos Space Marine factions. And as you say, it will flesh them out a bit more because they just have low model counts at the moment. I guess things like World Eaters and potentially Emperor's Children will get a second wave at some point down the line. So hopefully their rosters will be bulked out a bit more, which will be good to see. But that will take time.
One last piece of mad speculation based on that. If Tzeentch demons go into the Thousand Suns book, I don't think we're going to see them get rid of Zangors because they put them in Space Marine 2 and blah, 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 blah. They seem quite quintessential to it. But what do you reckon for the old warp beast? You know, the big vortexy warp monstrosity. Is its days numbered? Is that going to be gone from Thousand Suns? Not that I've ever seen anyone play the thing. I think I have a couple of times, but... yeah, the warp horror or whatever it's called. I forget its actual name.
I sort of feel like it should do because it's just a terrible mini. Is it the Mutalith Beast?
It's the better of the two.
Right,
there was a Khorne variant that was awful, but then this one was still pretty bad. But I mean, it looks okay in 3D. It's just the fact that it's got its hand up in the air in a very kind of weird kind of like, I don't know. It's just sort of doing a spirit bomb or whatever. But anyway. Yeah, it's I think that's probably warp mutalist beast or something. I think it's probably gone.
But almost the more interesting one on that point is the fact that with Emperor's Children, you've got Slaanesh, and actually there's a load of really cool Slaanesh demon stuff in AOS that's never appeared in 40k, and it'd be interesting to see if they make the journey across to the 40k universe, or if they, because some of them are very AOS-y.
It's only, as far as I was aware, it was only that one almost kind of like greater demon of Slaanesh, the Keeper of Secrets. Not Keeper of Secrets. No, Keeper of Secrets. Is that right? Yes, it is. I was thinking that was a Tzeentch one for a minute. Yeah, it was like the weird Keeper of Secrets variant where they've got like the long cape.
And big sort of splayed out bits behind it.
Yeah, I think that's the only
Was that the
thing.
only one? I thought there was more for some reason.
There is like a hybrid unit of like cow men that's like kind of almost like the Fiends, but sort of lesser. So it's like a sort of, you know, like the evolutionary kind of progress of things. You get like Demonette, this thing, Fiend.
Right.
It kind of
because there was it Celesky, the two
they're
in it. Yeah,
they're in current Chaos Demons. It's literally just that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you still get the mask, you still get the weird one that's playing like the harp.
There's the harp, and I think the mirror's the end. No, the mirror is a thing. It's not an endless spell, is it? The mirror's
an endless spell.
Oh, was it an endless spell?
Yeah, it's an endless spell for the mirror. Yeah. Anyway, God, look at us talking AOS again. It's because we're going away to Warhammer World this weekend for AOS. Ooh, yeah. Anyway, enough of that. We'll talk about that in the outro. Keep teasing that outro, you know. Come listen to the full podcast where the outro is. Right, let's have a look at these lovely pictures. So here, first and foremost, thing we see is a picture of an army, which pretty much gives you an impression of what's getting put in Emperor's Children. So we can see that they're going to get Land Raiders, they're going to get Rhinos, they're going to get the Maulathine, they're going to get the Helldrake, and they're also going to get Terminators, which is kind of fun. Weird that they're not going to get like the Phoenix Guard specialist Terminators, but they are getting their bladey geezers. Is it Palatine Blades they're called in Heresy?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right, yeah. So they have got those variants. So it looks like you're getting the full suite of the kind of, dare I say, boilerplate Chaos Space Marine bits.
No.
I assume you can also probably take the Predator Annihilator, and evidently there's a Demon Prince in there as well. So that's cool to see. It looks like you're going to get to, you know, utilize a multitude of existing Chaos Space Marine things, though by all counts you're not going to be able to take Raptors, you're not going to be able to take Warp Talons, you're not going to be able to take various other things, Havocs, etc. Although maybe you are. These are the things we don't know for sure yet. But at least from this photography, we can see that there are a few things that if you're wanting to start an Emperor's Children army and you can't wait, you can probably go out there and safely buy, although caveat, I don't know for sure, and please don't take my word for it, but it feels like you can safely buy rhinos, land raiders, hell brutes, not hell brutes, mauler fiends, hell drakes, that's the word I couldn't find, and terminators. So there you go. Fill your boots with all of those, and don't blame me if I'm wrong, although I don't know who else you could blame, but you know, I offer you no reassurance.
No money back guarantee.
That's it. That's right. But yeah, are you surprised by that, Phil? Anything you were intrigued by?
No, obviously, much like the World Eaters, they're not getting their own custom Terminators, which, as you said, is a shame. But again, not surprised because they didn't get them for World Eaters, and maybe that's a Wave 2 thing that they will get down the line.
I really hope so. I'd love World Eaters to get, you know, the specialist World Eater Termies. My big thing for World Eaters, changing topic massively, I want them to have the Chain Brothers, you know, like the guys when they go into the gladiatorial games on in the World Eaters. Basically, they have this Chain Brothers system where basically you and your mate are chained together and you fight other people. I'd love to see that like brought to life on the tabletop, like the idea of geezers chained together and like the idea of that being like a unit, because that would really add to the kind of frantic ferocity of the force, I think. But anyway,
sort of basically a bit like Fanatics.
Like Fanatics, but Khorne Fanatics.
And you're literally, rather than a ball and chain, you're just throwing a brother around. And
yeah, exactly. You're throwing a massive load of power armor about, which, if the events of Secret Level on Amazon Prime or anything to go by, goes for a lot, you know? If you're a tank, you ain't standing up to that.
That's true.
Yeah. Also, I just spotted next to Fulgrim in this picture is the Sorcerer Lord or Chaos Sorcerer as well. So it looks like that's included amongst your HQ choices, which is cool to see because those haven't been prevalent in some choices. So, yeah, look, it seems like you're going to get a good selection, which is nice. We've already seen the Fulgrim model. It's fine. It's good, in fact. The problem is a better one exists. So, boo-hoo. Yeah, that's all I can really say about Fulgrim at this point. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about it a bit, but there was still some bits we left out. I think one is that there's a bunch of different faces, and to me, they just all seem a bit too similar to each other, with the exception of the mask. Because obviously they're not different faces, they're just slightly different facial expressions, and they don't seem different enough in my mind. Yeah, and then it's got its weird, big boss, target me, under my chest, its opened wound piece. Gives me, some form of computer game vibe to it.
Where's he got that? What are you talking about? With the big gem on him?
Yeah, so it's like the skin's peeled back, showing the gem, showing the Slaanesh symbol.
Oh yes,
in his body, basically.
That is very strange, actually. What an odd... I didn't even clock the weird...
It's all the skin's being pulled back to reveal it.
That's actually a bit weird now that you've pointed that out.
It's a bit odd.
I think I like it even less.
It feels like it should be on his back, because that's where all bosses have a weak spot.
It's true. I mean, don't get me wrong, I suppose he's into the pain and stuff and all the rest of it, but that would be very painful. I mean, that's a very mobile part of your body. I mean, that wouldn't be... Ooh. All right, well, there you go. Actually, in a way, I like it even less now that you've pointed that out.
Sorry.
I've
ruined it.
Well, that's fine. I know you haven't ruined it. I mean, it was already... Like, basically, if I was doing Emperor's Children, which I'm not going to do, but if I was, I'd be buying the Forge World Fulgrim because it's way better.
Yeah,
like
less. If you were generally wanting to go to events, I would suggest buying the 40k one just from a practical purpose, because I imagine the Forge World one is just ridiculously difficult to move around.
I would agree with that.
It'd be interesting to see the difference in like size and like base sizes and just like actual height and stuff. I don't know if they're quite similar or if the Forge World one's way bigger and he's shrunk down in his old age. That would be interesting to see a side-by-side comparison. No, that's not something we've seen yet.
Well, he's definitely big as per the photography here of the picture of the whole army. He's a big boy. But what that means in a real sense, I don't.
Yeah, because you could probably speculate what his base size is, and then look at the Forge World one and sort of work out roughly the heights from that base size potentially. That's a bit. That's too much effort for now, basically.
There's too much effort now. Why don't you, dear listener, give it a go and tell us what you find out? We'd love to hear. Right, next thing on the list of things that they're showing off is the new Lucius Eternal, which was a beautiful silhouette and quite a lovely mini, to be fair. I blow either way on this one. It's sort of like sometimes I'm looking at it going, I like the kind of gaunt, demonic, festering kind of evil vibe of the character. I like the motion of the whip and the pointing of the sword as if to kind of show its sort of disdain and offer itself for challenges. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff to like about it. But then there are other times where I'm looking at it going, I'm just not so sure. Like, it's weird. I think it does more right than it does wrong, but I still kind of have something about it where I'm like, I don't know. I think on the whole, I would say I like it, but I don't love it. It's not like a hands down, this is perfect, well done them. It's really good, but yeah, like again, if Fabius Bile, his sort of glow up was like perfect. That is stunning. Like, well done. That's great. The little geezers that are going around with him and wonderful. This is good. I mean, because you got to remember the old model that this is based on. God, it's awful. Like, I know that people have like a fondness for it because it's old timey-wimey stuff, but it's bloody horrible. So, like, this is a much necessary improvement versus that. But yeah, I don't know. Phil, please help me. Say some words to reinforce what I'm saying or disagree.
Well, yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It had a great silhouette, had great potential, and then when you see it in the broad daylight, it's quite horrific and not in a good way. And it is, the face is horrible, and I guess it's meant to be, but it just makes it unappealing to me. And, you know, I'm not a huge Emperor's Children person. I don't know a huge amount about their lore, although I've obviously read some of the Heresy books, like the Fulgrim one. So obviously loved this character in 30k, loved the mini that they did for 30k. That was amazing.
Very,
the
very
old
good mini.
40k one, derpy, obviously. The face I didn't think was too bad, but the face on this one just looks a bit awful, and the armor doesn't look great. But then I watched the Warhammer Plus episode, which he features in a while back, and that was probably my first more introduction into him as a character. And I sort of had to go back and have a look at it, and he just sort of wears quite generic power armor in that. And he's got the vials above, but they're just more centrally located, where here they're sort of all spread out in a fan shape, which I'm not huge on. And he's got like the weird corset armor on his waist, which is very Fabius Bile, yes. But yeah, there's just too much covering up or changed from sort of generic Space Marine power armor. For my liking, which it does make sense because he's a special character. He should be fancy and unique. But I sort of really liked how he looked in the Warhammer Plus episode, where he's sort of just more like a regular dude for the most part, and he's got a bit of a messed up face. I thought that, and his armor had, you know, it's got the faces in and stuff like that. So elements of that I really liked, and here it's just not really doing it for me. The big tongue looks a bit silly. The motion of the whip and the sword and the pose, I think, is good. But the fan of the big vials above his armor, I don't think looks great. And it might be one of those ones where it's, you know, a flat shot, so it's not doing it justice, and you see it in person, and it'll look a lot better. And I also think, especially with Chaos minis, the heavy metal style paint job doesn't necessarily do it justice. And like I said, I think pink's a hard colour to pull off on Space Marines, without it just looking a bit odd. And they're very bright, colourful, and they come across a bit cartoonish, I think. So if someone took this model and did like a real grimdark John Blanche style paint scheme on it, it could completely transform it and look like an amazing mini. But until we see that, I can only really judge it on what's in front of me.
Yeah, I mean, I think we always reserve the right to be wrong about these things when we're looking at the 2D imagery, right? Because when you see it in 3D, it all just comes together in a way that's completely different. And ultimately, you absolutely are correct. When you see non-GW painters do it as well, it completely transforms the mini. I genuinely think this done in a more kind of grim, dark aesthetic with more kind of muted color palette would definitely really elevate it. I think the thing that's interesting is that the thing is with Lucius now is that he kind of, and he always has been this, but really more so now, or with this sculpt, is kind of straddling that kind of point between being a traitor marine and being a demon. And really, with the nature of how his character works, he's probably more demon than marine, because ultimately the lore of Lucius is every time he loses in a duel, if the duelist that defeated him takes any pride in their victory, essentially Lucius is reborn and essentially takes over that warrior's body and is basically brought back to life. And that is the curse, but also the kind of blessing of Lucius, right? And that's how that...
And then that person's face that appears in Lucius's armour.
Yes, so the idea is yeah, and again, I get it, like, you know, ultimately he's got to have the armour because that's kind of part of it, but almost in a way... It's almost like you probably wanted more of a sort of, and again, they have sort of done this, but you wanted more of a kind of link between those kind of organic demony elements and and I think the vials on the head sort of, I just sort of feel like it's very odd that a bunch of vials would pop out of him, like almost that bit is sort of, but again, I get it. They probably were looking at it and looking at the silhouette of it and going, it needs some
height,
gubbins
give him a
more
booster.
Presence. Yeah, give him a leg up, for God's sakes. Put him on a big tactical rock and chuck a load of crud on his head.
And I think, you know, to give some defence to the mini, I think, and this is the same with all of the Emperor's Children minis. One, again, I said about the pink. Two, you know, it's the overall aesthetic of them isn't my jam. They've got things like, you know, skin capes that have been stitched together as loincloths and capes and things like that. Corsety things. No, I'm just not into that sort of thing on Space Marines. Lots of overly baroque stuff and things that do, as we see with things like some of the other units, harken back to that real retro 80s style Space Marines. Whereas to me, peak Space Marines and even Chaos Space Marines, especially with Chaos Space Marines, I much prefer the Heresy style, where they're much more toned down. They've got, some spikes on them, but they're not completely over the top. And the 40k versions are over the top. So it's like, I'm always going to come at this from a point of view of, this isn't for me. This isn't the style that appeals to me for Chaos Space Marine. So I think they would have, it's basically an uphill battle for them to have done something that I would have liked. So that's my bias right up front from when we're looking at these minis. Whereas if you're an Emperor's Children player, you might look at these and go, oh, they're phenomenal. They're great because, oh yes, there's loads of flesh stuff. There's loads of tentacles and giant tongues flaying around. And that's totally the thing you're into, which is good if you are.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say, I mean, for me, I broadly agree with you, but then I look at the Night Lords kill team and I go, but they can do that stuff well because they did in that case, you know, and that's the thing. I don't think that's a one size fits all statement, but I do agree with you that it's definitely harder to get it right because ultimately, Jez talked about this years ago when he was talking about the project of taking Space Marines from Firstborn to Primaris, and he was basically talking about the thing that they'd ended up with in Space Marines is that Space Marines just ended up just getting cluttered with more gubbins to show how important they were. So by the end of it, you had these designs where the kind of minimalist sort of simplicity of the Space Marine was replaced with all this, like all these trinkets
tabards,
and all this stuff. And,
purity seals and all sorts of stuff.
And his thing was like, it got too busy. The models were too squat to really see the value of it. But again, that's almost like the weird thing with Chaos Space Marines. It's just, they're just covered in stuff.
They are meant to be, yeah.
Yeah. They fell backwards through a fancy dress shop and went, "Ah, I'm this now," or a Halloween fancy dress shop, I suppose. But yeah. Anyway, Lucius, I don't want to hate on it because I don't hate it. I don't really hate anything that GW does necessarily, but I'm not in love with it. It's fine. It's got some good bits, there's some bad bits, but overall it's fine. Some more pictures of it there. I should have probably shown those.
Like the sword, beautiful. I think that's like the side profile picture of the sword. That looks fantastic. I really like the look of that. That's going to be probably my one compliment of the mini for this episode.
There you go. Cool. Next, we have the Captain Minis, or the Commander Minis, or the Lord Minis, whatever you want to call them. So we've got the geezer with the Power Fist and kind of Javelin Spear. We've got the geezer with the small noise marine weapon, the Sound Blaster, whatever it is. And he is also armed with a coiled whip and a rather fabulous cape. And then lastly, we have a geezer with a plasma pistol and a power sword. Similarly, still with the fabulous cape, just posed slightly differently. Again, here's the thing with these. I just think there's something about this sort of slender design. Like, it's evident that these have got a very, very big stature to them because these are Lord characters, hero characters. So theoretically, they should be on 40mm bases because that's now the kind of established norm. Although you could tell me those are 32mm bases and I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm guessing they're 40mm bases, and they seem to fill those bases, which makes me think that they're going to have very tall stature, what with all the plumage and stuff going on above their heads. I think the sculpt that I'm looking at right now with the Power Fist and the kind of Javelin Spear is the strongest of the three. I think the second one in with the whip and the noise blast sonic weapon is okay, but I think I probably wouldn't utilize that particular head sculpt, but again, I guess some people would probably like that. And again, I'm not a fan of these blast weapon designs. I think they're probably one of the real misses from this particular release. And then, the last one with the power sword and plasma pistol, there's just a lot wrong with that, in my opinion. I think overall, again, I hope it's better in 3D, but I think the ones with the helmeted guy in the pose that he's in kind of works. The rest of them I probably wouldn't lean into. I'm sure there's a lot of customization within the kit and you can do some cool things with it. He's got his tactical rock. He's got all those elements. But yeah, just something about this. This was basically when I saw Lucius, I was like, okay, yeah, that's okay. It's not quite hit the mark, but all right. And I saw this guy, I was like, ooh, okay. Another not so incredible. Like, it's not, because having seen things that they'd revealed earlier, like, for example, the AOS SOULBLIGHT Gravelords, I was just like, everything in this release absolutely kills it. Like, everything in this is amazing. I love it all. And you get to like the Death Guard guy, love him. This is where I started going, oh no, oh dear, is it, oh, the Emperor's Children, not so cool, oh dear. And that's basically where I landed with this guy. But I mean, what did you think, Phil?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's very cool that it's a multi-part mini with customization and ultimately kind of different poses. Like you could build two of these, and they would look pretty good next to each other and not look like they're complete copies. So I think that's good. I'll say that. But yeah, the design aesthetics, not 100% sold on. I think, as you're right, the first one with the Power Fist and the weird sword but with a spear shaft thing. Yeah. Not, is it a javelin? I don't know. That's probably the stronger of the designs. It's a bit weird. I was trying to look at them and go, what mark of armor are these derived from?
They're Mark 4, aren't they? Not Mark 4. What's the beaky one? Mark 5.
Mark 5. Yeah, I guess so, because of the leg greaves. Yeah.
Yeah, my vibe is with this whole set is like everything is Mark 5 derivative. They're very Mark 5 oriented.
Yeah, it's very strange. Yeah, so they've got these obviously like new design aesthetics, like Lucius also has. You've got this sort of like studded skin covering parts of the legs or the armor, and then you've got lots of ribbing more so than you normally would, but that seems to be part of the armor rather than the under armor, like that would normally be the black carapace. So. yeah, there's some odd elements to it. I guess what is kind of good, but it doesn't necessarily appeal to me personally, but the symbol on his back is very similar to what you'd see from the Chaos Demons that are predominantly crossing over into AOS. So it's a bit AOS-y in that regard, but in a way that's good because it is tying in those demons that you'll see have those sorts of symbols on them as well. I quite like the whip and the pistol guy. But yeah, I think the pistol itself is just silly. I'm afraid silly is going to be the word of the day when we're talking about these guys. Yeah, it's just very sort of old school 80s, and just silly. If you're into it, you're into it. But for me, I much prefer that more sort of real world vibe that you would get from 30k. Where it feels a bit more grounded, for want of a better word. Whereas this is so, like, over the top. And then I think with the last guy, yeah, the odd thing, so you've got, like, the head, and the head has these horns that come up in, like, a crest shape. But then that sort of is, you can't quite see the silhouette of it very well because you've got the big symbol behind him. And yeah, it just means the silhouette's not quite as strong as it could be. But then if you clipped one of those off, it would work a bit better. And yeah, it's very Hellraiser as well. Like in terms of the vibe, you've got these you've got a real melding of like flesh and metal with the heads and the helmets, and it's sort of like a headed helmet all in one. It's very odd. It's very 40k and it's very chaos. But yeah, it's just, there's something about it that I'm just not into.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because I sort of dislike it entirely. It's just that I'm like, it's a lot of elements to take in. Could it be better in 3D? Almost certainly. I'll reserve judgment, but I just think that it just doesn't blow your socks off. And as I say, like, so much stuff. Like I say, the Death Guard geezer, I see that many and I go, yeah, I'm into this. This is cool. Yeah. Like, it's cool. You know, it's sort of leveraging some of those kind of aesthetics that you've seen in kind of like the Souls games, the kind of lots of baggage and lots of like equipment, but a big sword and a kind of, you know, sort of Bushido-y, sort of samurai-esque sword pose to it. It's got a sort of kind of weight and a presence to it that works really well, along with like really weirdly chaosy elements. This just sort of feels, I don't know, it's weird as well because it really is, it really shows that there is a kind of design merger between Elder and Chaos as well. Like there's so many Elder cues in this, and they feel quite kind of uncanny valley almost within it, where it's like, yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, the next of them is the I forget what he's called now, but the
Lord Cacophonists.
That's it, Lord Cacophonous, with his Doom Siren. I like it, but I don't love it again. It's like one of those things where it feels like a missed opportunity. This is where I start to say things like, or where I start to think to myself, the model they put out 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it was years ago.
The Black Library one with the guitar.
So good. Like, literally extraordinarily good. Like, it was so on point. And I look at this geezer and I start to go, oh, God. Like, how did they get it so right 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was? And this, it just doesn't capture any of the magic. It doesn't really fulfill any of the fantasies. Like, to me, I understand they probably went, oh, we don't want guitar wielding kind of ridiculous characters. We want something that feels more appropriate for, you know,
the setting. You're completely right. I think the other mini, the Black Library one, was phenomenal. I think it looked very good. I criticised it at the time, and I'm still sticking to my guns on this. That one was, I don't want to say silly, but silly for a different reason. It's having a guitar, which is a thing from a modern day setting, and it looks like a guy playing a modern day guitar for all intents and purposes, breaks the immersion of that mini. Although I think the sort of toned down nature of the armor and everything else, even like with the hair, I thought that was all good. But I thought Noise Marines playing guitars just sort of breaks the immersion of the 40k universe for me. Whereas this almost goes in the opposite direction, where it's trying to be very 40k, but just completely misses the mark, and it's a bit too over the top. And again, just silly. Like, I just really don't like it. I presume it's like, it looks like an old sculpt, and it probably is a redesign of an old one. But it just looks like an 80s metal Space Marine mini that they've just sort of redesigned in plastic. Like, the pose looks odd. His legs look weirdly tiny in comparison to the rest of his body.
Yeah, he's very top heavy.
Yeah, it just sort of kind of misses the mark for me on every level, unfortunately.
It kind of has the sort of armor aesthetics of the 3rd or 4th edition Raptors, if you remember them.
Yeah.
He's got that sort of look to it, because the Raptors had the big, like exhaust jets on the top, and they had that kind of beaky kind of, mask. So it does look kind of similar to the old Raptor kits. But yeah, to me, right, this to me was where I started to go, I worry sometimes that Games Workshop designers and Games Workshop kind of creatives struggle with the idea of being creative or breaking the mold with certain things because of the business model. To me, what feels like it would have made more sense and would have been cool and really shook things up is if they went, actually, rather than this geezer, we're going to give you a tank, and that tank is going to have big old speakers, and like it's going to be like this ridiculous
Mad Max Boomwagon
thing. Exactly. Or alternatively, maybe it's a dreadnought, and maybe that dreadnought joins the unit, but the dreadnoughts bring in that big kind of like that big weapon, that big sound, but it feels appropriate. And again, it's a character dreadnought that can specifically join Noise Marines and can act like infantry and rules of blah blah blah, whatever. But like, to me, it feels like they get into this like bubble where they're like, well, we need some foot heroes. Here's a couple of them. We need some units. Here's a few of them. Don't like create a situation where like, don't break the mold with that. Don't be interesting with it. Just do the thing we always do. Give them some foot heroes. Give them some infantry units. Give them the old suite of vehicles that we put in everything, because we're not doing those right now. And again, fine, but it feels to me like, yeah, like I would have loved to have seen this as a dreadnought. I would have loved to see it as a tank. I'd love to have seen it as like some insane thing that maybe, just maybe, it's like like a speaker that's set on the ground, and then when they play, the sonic boom of it sends it jettisoning up into the air and then crashing down onto the opponents. I wish it was a satellite in outer space that was just blowing music down in people. Yeah. I just wish it was anything but a geezer with a big flipping speaker on his back. Here's
the thing. So obviously they normally say, oh, it's all miniatures first. The miniatures get designed almost in isolation without any rules or anything else. And
that's true.
Let's assume that's true. However, I do sometimes think, as you said, they've gone, characters join units. If we have Noise Marines, we need a Noise Marine character to join that unit and lead it. So it's obviously a Noise Marine Lord. Oh, and that's what you've basically got here. So potentially they are sort of hamstringing themselves in terms of the rules of the day dictating the models. And now that is just speculation on my part, but it would explain why they haven't necessarily thought out the box. And I'll say this now rather than at the end. Like, this range overall does feel a bit of a miss, and there has been several misses in the 40k ranges lately. Things like Blood Angels, weren't. There were good bits to it, but ultimately for me, and I think for you as well, there were a lot of bad minis or design choices within those minis. And it just seems odd. Like, maybe Games Workshop just needs to slow down and refine the designs a bit more rather than just pumping out, these huge range refreshes all the time, which is what we do seem to be getting this year.
It's weird though, isn't it, though, because they hit the mark quite a few times. I know you weren't thrilled about the Death Corps Krieg, but they were good overall. I think you can objectively say, even though they're not for you because you're an established player, and yes, sure, the little commissar was weird, but those Death Riders are great minis, and those big artillery pieces are decent minis. So there is lots of stuff to like. It's just that thing where, yeah, in this case, it's underwhelming. And then in
Eldari,
Blood Angels,
fantastic.
Oh, incredible! Yeah, those again. So that's the thing. It's not a. It's. I think the thing is like. Maybe it's, well, I don't know if it's a new range thing, because it definitely happened with Blood Angels as well. I don't know.
It's weird. With Eldari, it was you just redid what you already had, and that would have been, and that was fantastic. With Krieg, my criticism was if you had just redone what you originally had and kept the design aesthetic closer to Forge World ones, it would have been fantastic. Potentially with these ones, it's either because they've tried to keep it more like the very original ones from the 80s, which just are a bit dated and, to quote myself again, a bit silly, because they were a bit mad and a bit like that, not sort of necessarily grimdark or scary enough. That's, these don't look threatening to me, or maybe, Lucius's face is a bit gross, but not maybe gross enough. I don't know. Maybe there needs to be more spikes. There's no spikes on any of these so far. It's all very curvy in terms of its shapes and designs, especially with this guy. It doesn't seem like there's a single straight edge on it whatsoever.
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right, next one along are the actual Noise Marines themselves. So it comes in a 6-man unit, not confirmed. Oh, no, it has been confirmed, aren't they? They come in boxes of 3. Yeah. So you can take it up to 6, but it's 2 boxes of 3. Probably going to cost you an arm and a leg. This is the one where I, again, like, it was like the 1-2 punch. You see the guy and then you see these guys, like, their gait, their stance, very strange, because they've got this slender marine design philosophy, because Noise Marines are Slaneshi, but then to fill out the bases, they've got them all kind of in these really wide stances, which kind of makes it look like these weapons are really unwieldy, really uncomfortable, really difficult to use, which kind of completely goes against the idea of what they are, which is this kind of incredible sonic weaponry. Like, the idea to me would be that these weapons should be and should feel like very assault orientated, very elegant, very powerful, but the power comes from that kind of combination of demonic sorcery and sound and all this stuff that they kind of love. It's kind of, but it's also agile, and these guys are very mobile, and the way they've designed these, they feel very planted, but again, it all seems to be fighting with itself to kind of make sense. And I think as well, the weapon design, like the speakers on the shoulders, like, I mean, fine, whatever, not my cup of tea, but fine. But the guns themselves, they're the worst things in this reveal. They're terrible. They're such a miss. It's a real shame. Like, I want so badly to love Noise Marines. The Cacophony Marines for Heresy, when I saw those for the first time, I was like, my God, you've taken the concept of Noise Marines and, to use a Spinal Tap statement, dialed it up to 11, which I think is appropriate under this circumstance. These guys, it's like you've taken the concept of a Noise Marine, you've taken the old school stuff that was all really iconic and beautiful, you've taken some notes from what they did in Heresy, which was all very, very cool and interesting and kind of scaled back, but in a really cool way. And you just seem to have done neither element of it justice, and kind of just, you've just made everything worse. And I don't know, like, they've got some good helmet designs. They've got some good, I don't know, man. Like, I hate being like this because I don't want to dislike this stuff, but it's like, I can't pretend that I like something that I don't like, and I don't like this. It's just, it's not for me. Like, what a miss. Like, it's such a shame, especially again, considering the noise, which I loved, the Noise Marine Mini from years back. This is, oh man, what a kick in the teeth.
I don't. Here's the thing. This is better than what we've seen so far. So this is a slight step up, but not by much. I disagree with you on one point. You say they should be like really live and agile and assault based, and it's like, no. To me, Noise Marines are the heavy troops in an army that is mostly assault and agile and running around. These are the guys that are just plonking down. They are bracing their weapons, which is why they've got the weird, old style squat Space Marine stance. And I don't mind that, because I like the juxtaposition. I don't think you always need to play into the trope of an army and it's an agile Slanesh army because they always fight first or whatever. So therefore, everything's got to be combat orientated, or everything's got to be based around them running around. It's cool, have that for the majority of your army, but then give us some stuff that isn't that. And I think that's what these are meant to be. So I don't mind them looking a bit more squat. Is it a bit over the top in terms of how wide some of their legs are? Yes. Are the guns terrible? Yes. I think if you took away the little face on the front and you just gave it a normal, a muzzle end, it would look better. And likewise with the speakers with the little sort of demon faces on them, are they a bit silly as well? Yes. Would they be better if they look more like the 30k version? Yes. But here's the thing, but these look like the original 40k ones, so I can see why they've wanted to pay homage to that. And I feel like Chaos is one of those things where it looks phenomenal in the artwork, but really struggles to cross into that physical, the real world model, without it just looking a bit silly.
Yeah, and again, the paint job is probably not doing it any favours here either. So I don't know.
Yeah, the weird leopard print on the tabards doesn't help it much, although it is a sort of a callback to that Black Library mini, which had loads of sort of mad animal prints on it.
I don't like the tabards either. I don't understand why they put tabards on them. I just sort of feel to me, it just didn't need it. It's like a weird kind of bit that you've added that it's I don't really see the point of the tabards in this silhouette. It doesn't really, all it does is just add more stuff. It doesn't really but it doesn't really help the overall look of it. I don't want to be down on it, man. I was so excited to see what they were going to do with this. And I think that's the thing. I think the weight of expectation definitely plays a part in terms of my overall enjoyment of it. But I
also think things like the hooved feet is just a hard thing to get behind. I get why it is the way it is, but it just doesn't mesh together very well, or it's maybe just me not liking it. And I also think, again, pink and black as this kind of combo of colors is just quite hard to pull off. I think I've seen some designs where people have done really sort of faded muted pink, and that looks way better. So
conversely, I've seen people do that pink in person and it looks amazing, but that's the in-person element of it. What I see most people do is they actually lean more into a really high gloss black, where it's very, very almost kind of leather, sort of really leans into that aspect of it. And I think when you actually add some of that contrast of that really high gloss on the black, I think it sort of makes the pink work better. It's very ghastly and very kind of jarring, but it sort of works to the benefit of the scheme. But I think when you're painting black armor like it's a Black Templar model and then positioning it next to the pink, it kind of struggles with it. But Noise Marines for me, not something I'm super keen on. These next ones are the Palatine Blade upgrades. They are called the Flawless Blades now. There we go. By far and away the best of the Flawless Blades sculpts are not actually photographed in the article, which is a bit weird. Did you see them, Phil, when they showed off the Combat Patrol?
Was that in the live stream itself?
In the live stream itself, yeah. So they didn't even include it in the video.
I would have in the live stream, but I don't remember them. But
well, for the benefits of the viewers and not for you, I'll just play the bit where you can see these alternate kind of things. So, Phil, apologies because you can't see this, but basically these three here that you see at the front, the geezer with the two swords and the really beautiful helmet, the guy with the kind of insectile face and the kind of lunging forwards pose, and the geezer kind of pointing out like that to the side. All three of those are stunning. The three that they've photographed here are all right. But yeah, basically what you see on the YouTube video here is absolutely fantastic, and what you see in this picture here is not so great. And it completely confuses me why in the article they show you these three when the other three poses with the dual swords, admittedly. So each one of these are with the double swords rather than the three here with the single swords. So I guess they're like a different type of unit or whatever. But yeah, those with the double swords, stunning. These, they're all right. Bit too cone-head for my liking. Yeah, it's interesting to see how much of a difference is there to be seen between the two. Yeah, it's just, again, like, it's weird because genuinely, not to say it again, those three that, again, Phil can't see, but I'm showing on screen to dear viewers, and obviously to our podcast listeners, you can't see any of this anyway, so, you know, try your best to find it. It's at 42 minutes and 50 seconds into the Warhammer preview show Las Vegas Open 2025. So it's on their YouTube channel, Warhammer TV. But yeah, anyway, what do you reckon of these guys, Phil, based on the ones you can see?
They're definitely, again, better than the last lot of units we've seen. They're not perfect, they're not great. I'm not necessarily loving them, but they're all right. They're pretty good. They're okay. Again, similar to Lucius, I guess they've got like the vials on the back, so I don't know what the lore aspect to that is. That would be cool to know. I assume it's just stims or something.
Makes
them excited and fight better. It just they sort of look a bit odd up there, just having this solo one, but you know, is what it is.
There you go.
But they're okay.
They need their spinach, Phil. They need their spinach.
Yeah, if that's what it is.
Anyway, next is basically the same unit given to us in two different forms. The first one is the stabby kind, so you've basically got swords and pistols, so these are just your kind of standard combat blades. Again, heavy emphasis on that Mark V armor, but with some variants in terms of face sculpts for the fleshy-faced ones. Overall, I actually quite like these. I think they're okay. Again, this really works because it's much more toned down. Like, this is probably more akin to something that you would sort of see within the idea of like the heresy setting. I think it's actually quite a nice midpoint between Mark V and kind of the chaosiness. It's evident that they've definitely become more chaosy, and some of the face sculpts in it are really cool. I actually genuinely think this is probably one of the stronger things that they have to offer. And it's sort of mad in a way because ultimately, I mean, obviously if they've got really amazing rules, etc., you're probably going to see lots of people playing for that reason. But it's odd because they're a pretty unremarkable new sort of variant of a basically Legionnaire squad, a Chaos Space Marine squad. But they're definitely good in my opinion. I actually really like these. I think they're probably the strongest thing that they've had to show for Emperor's Children thus far. I don't know. What do you reckon, mate?
No, I agree. These are my favourite out of a lot. They're not all great, but there's definitely more hits out of the minis than misses. I really like the style of the vents on the backpacks. They're very cool. Again, as you say, they're very like toned down in comparison to all the characters and the sort of specialist units. They just look more like Space Marines or Chaos Space Marines, and that's kind of what I want out of them. They've got some sort of design cues that is clearly just across the whole range, like that studded flesh that covers parts of the armor. Just the weird, the black and pink scheme's a bit of an odd one. It's not quite like a quartered. It's just sort of slightly random, like bits of armor that have been painted alternately. It sort of works, and if you just look at the minis without the paint scheme, I think overall the sculpt's really good. Like the swords are cool, the guns a bit more standard, they're good, but some of the faces are really cool. Some of them a bit odd, but you can. It should be enough for you to choose the ones you like. But yeah, definitely the best ones that we've seen so far.
I think it's nice to see some of the iconic old bolt pistols on display as well. It's rare, really, nowadays that you see some of those because, again, the newer, like Primaris bolt pistol design is actually very different.
Well, it's
from
just
the old
huge
boxy
as
style
well.
one.
These are really small.
Oh well, You're thinking of the heavy bolt pistol. I'm talking about the weird little... So, did you even remember what the weird little bolt pistols look like for Primaris Marines?
Yeah.
They're basically like... They've got like they've got like a weird curve thing to them, and the magazine stock is quite stubby, and it's just it's just sort of a very weird... Like, I don't understand why they went, yes, for Primaris Marines, they can have a new awful-looking bolt pistol. It's like... And then they went, whoopsie-daisy, here's a heavy bolt pistol, and it kind of is a cooler version of the bolt pistol. But to me, that kind of boxy design is what you want from a bolt pistol. That's quintessential. But no, I like these guys. I think, genuinely, if the range had hit similar kind of cues to this, I think it would have probably have worked out better for them. I actually think the sleekness and the slender nature of these Marines really works in these poses as well. There's actually quite a lot of kind of malicious, menacing kind of energy to them, which, I genuinely, like them a lot. Next along, we have the bolt gun variant, which again, it's all right. It's weird again, because I suppose the more kind of slender physique, sort of weirdly with the bolt guns, doesn't quite hit the same. Some of the poses are sort of a bit weird, but overall, I think still for the same reasons as the last one, it works okay. I think, again, it's so weird that, like, just the sort of posing with a bolt gun would change so much about it. But, something about it doesn't quite hit the same, but it is still probably some of the strongest stuff that they have to offer. Although the geezer with the whip and the plasma pistol that leads the squad really isn't doing anything for me. I think that's not the best, but whatever.
Yeah, real Drakari vibes with him.
Very Drakari
and I
vibes,
guess it's sort of meant to, right?
Totally.
I think the poses of the bodies work much better on the pistols and swords, and maybe that they were designed first, or because they're more action-based running, it just works a bit better. Some of the bolter ones are fine, and they're obviously more helmeted, but it doesn't quite work as well as the other squad.
Absolutely. So last things for this, we have the Champions of Slaanesh box, which will give you the codex, all the cards, transfer sheets, and essentially 2 full squads of 6 noise marines, 2 of the one, it looks like it has pictured 1 bolt gun squad, 1 combat squad, and 1 of the new Lord miniatures as well. Assume that'll probably come in at around the 120 to 150 mark, wherever that kind of sits. Definitely represents a pretty good value. I think, ultimately, if we assert that the hell of the Noise Marine squads might run you around 200 points, maybe 220-ish. Again, this is a broad speculation at this point, but 40 points a mini for a 30-ish, whatever it is for like free seems logical. And then, probably going to run you like 160 for each of the power armored squads. So you're probably looking at about, all things being considered, 700-800 points worth of stuff, which is definitely better value than what you got if you picked up that guard one. I think they came in at 300 points for that. So good starting point, I would say, if you're looking at doing this army, especially when you consider that it seems likely that you can get like the Land Raiders and other things. So if you know you're going to try and pick this up, it seems logical that you can get a few transports over bits and pieces, and you might actually be off to the races for a relatively low cost by 40k standards. Anyway.
Yeah, feels like it's quite good value, I'd assume, in comparison, say, the Krieg one, which had a ton of horses in, but didn't really feel quite that substantial in terms of what you're getting in it. Whereas this feels like a lot of minis that are like, decently priced in terms of, their power level, right? It's cool that you get like a transfer sheet in it. I was thinking, where are the transfers going to go? Because all the minis feel like they're just covered in embossed detail, but I was having a quick look and, some of the standard Marines have some blank shoulder pads for some transfers, but a lot of them have like embossed detail on them as well. So, I guess it will mostly be for those, but everyone else, I'm just trying to look at the more specialist ones. No, they're all, Havocs don't even, not Havocs, the Noise Marines don't even barely even have space on theirs, but they've all got, custom detail on it. So it'll just be the 2 that one standard unit with the 2 options on it, with where you'd need the transfers.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then the artwork that they put on the cover of the thing looks all right. It's a bit too sort of obscured by stuff to really kind of dive into it, but it looks fine. It's interesting that they kind of put Fulgrim in the background, but I get it. They like to kind of focus in on some of the more kind of generic heroes these days, but it's cool that Fulgrim's in there. But yeah, the imagery looks quite decent, and obviously they're leaning into like a classic piece of artwork for the special edition cover. And then when you actually see the actual Emperor's Children cover, they have decided to incorporate some of the demonettes into it, and then obviously focus on the Noise Marines. Again, it's with the pose of the geezer with the sonic blaster, the big noise gun. It always has sort of a reminiscence of the old kind of first sort of proper Space Marine artwork of the Dark Angel with the bolt gun kind of pointing downwards.
Yeah, Al Pacino one.
Yes, yeah. So
I know
it
what you
sort of has a similar kind of energy to that.
It is odd he's shooting into the ground because the gun's going off, and it's odd. But maybe he's just on a big rock, a big tactical rock.
Well, that's it. And the geezer behind him's aiming upwards, so, they're all over the place. But then I suppose that's sort of inevitable when it comes to these.
I mean, it sort of proves my point, right? Like, this Noise Marine on the cover of the artwork looks phenomenal, and looks very great, and it looks super gaudily, chaosy, quintessentially chaos model. And you go, if I got a model like that, it'd be awesome. And then you get it, and you're just like, no. It just doesn't translate. And I think in part it's often like the proportions and, the scale of the detail and the level of detail you can put into these models. Whereas, in an artwork, it's completely different in terms of what you've got on it. And it can be over the top and a bit silly, but it just works in a evocative art piece, but just doesn't on a miniature, unfortunately. Yeah.
I like some of the details on the demonettes. They're strange, kind of like
the mask
faces
thing and the body armor.
It's very cool. Like they've done some interesting stuff with that. And again, I think it does a good job of conveying the sense of scale of the bulky marine alongside the kind of more slender demonette. So I like a lot of those elements of it. It's not my favorite artwork I've ever seen for a cover, but I think it stands up. I think it's pretty good. It ain't too bad overall, but look, in essence, we're probably not saying anything that you haven't heard others say, which is that Emperor's Children, obviously a lot of hype, enthusiasm, excitement for this release from a lot of people, and again, it's like, to me, Leagues of Votann was a real miss because, I saw what had been achieved with the squats in Necromunda, and then I saw what they did with Votann, and it just didn't work for me. I was really underwhelmed. Emperor's Children are nowhere near as bad as Votann, but they're just not really kind of sparking that same kind of desire, I think it's a real shame that Games Workshop seemingly didn't talk to itself and figure out that an amazing Fulgrim model was being put out by the Specialist Games team, because that really has robbed the shine of this release. I think their centerpiece mini,
the best mini out of the whole range, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I don't really like it very much at all, because I just think it doesn't stack up. And I think also, like you said, when you pointed out some of those weird details, I'm like, oh, actually, yeah, no. So yeah, I think that's it. I'm genuinely, I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, was I going to be collecting Emperor's Children if they stuck the landing and gave us a gorgeous release? Maybe. Sometimes you just can't say no. I did Black Templars because Black Templars were gorgeous. Hellbrecht's still one of the best minis they've ever done. The Crusade Squad's gorgeous. The Sword Brethren are gorgeous. There's so much amazing stuff in that release that I went, I can't deny it. I have to do it. But this, it's just like, it's not. Yeah, it's a shame, man, because I want to get behind this stuff, but it's just, it's not for me. But if it's for you, fantastic. Apologies if hearing us being mean about it annoys you, but ultimately we have to be honest with it, and ultimately it's a shame, but it's what it is. But Closing thoughts, Phil?
I remember when we first got back into, well, I got back into it because you've always been doing it, but I got back into 40k. It was around the time of 6th, 7th edition. Richie, the Quizmaster, did a Slaanesh 40k, not Slaanesh, Emperor's Children 40k army. And for a lot of those models, he took the old resin Heresy models, like especially the Terminators. I remember him using maybe a couple of other bits here and there. And I sort of feel like this is just my personal thing, if I was to do Emperor's Children, not that I would, but if I was, I would just take a lot of the Heresy stuff and port it over, because I just think it's a lot better in terms of the Norse Marines. I would do that. I guess maybe one day we'll get some cool Terminators in 40k, but until then, use the 30k ones. Yeah, it's just a bit too over the top, but not in the right direction I would want to see Emperor's Children done. Some of the minis are good, but the majority is sadly a miss. It can go and hang out with the Votan and the Blood Angels and a lot of the other 40k releases that they've done recently, with the Krieg as well. Unfortunately, they're in that bucket as well for me. And they can be stared at from afar by the better releases like the Eldari. And the cool kids can mock the not cool kids in the school yard of the design space.
I'll plug his Instagram and put it in the comment section or whatever it is below. I'll plug it. Fingers RFW, fingers_RFW. Incredible painter, hobbyist, incredible human being in the general sense, not to kind of blow too much smoke up him. But, has a gorgeous Heresy Emperor's Children army. And maybe that's also the other thing, because I've been used to seeing guys like him just absolutely smash it. Like, when you look at what those passionate Emperor's Children's fans within the Horus Heresy sphere have been able to achieve with this range and this idea, I highly encourage you to go check out his Instagram if you're not already following him. Honestly, some of the best hobby content on Insta, but also just some of the best Emperor's Children stuff.
Oh yeah,
I've seen
like award winning.
Yes,
multiple
absolutely,
awards.
And well deserved. Yeah. Indeed. He is just literally one of the worst human beings in that regard. Because I mean, it's like where do the flaws kick in? He's like 7 foot tall. He's a nightmare. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is genuinely, when you look at what that is and what that can be and what Emperor's Children have kind of been, brought to life as in the Heresy setting. And maybe, look, I don't doubt that someone's going to do that with 40k as well. It's just, that's the thing I always think when I look at this. I'm like, there's something like it's just the bar was very high for Emperor's Children because of what they are and what they represent, and where we landed was just a little bit, well, quite a considerable bit south of the mark, which is a real shame. But anyway, there you go. Sorry, not sorry, I didn't do this. I'm just talking about it. Hopefully you enjoyed what we had to say. If you didn't enjoy what we had to say, cheers anyway for listening along. And we're going to move on to the next thing. We don't know what that is, but you'll find out soon enough. Transitional noise. Hello, dear listener. We are now going to talk about what seems like one miniature in the form of a Lord of Pox for the Death Guard, but it's a little more than that, because they do also in this article talk about the roadmap for the future of 40k, the immediate to mid-term future. So we're going to chat through that and have a natter about what that potentially represents. Isn't that right, Phil?
Yes.
Absolutely. What a treat. All right, well, nowhere to start but the beginning, and that is with our Lord of Pox, the new Death Guard miniature, which, intriguingly to me, looks like it's actually taken quite a few design cues from the Outland nomad-y kind of characters in terms of some of its aesthetics. Like, it seems to have leaned into that kind of rudimentary respirator and some of those more insectile qualities. I think it's definitely like taken a lot almost from that kind of aesthetic, especially with all the, I suppose I want to call it stowage, but that's not right in this terminology, but all the baggage and things.
It does look like a backpack. Yeah, he does look like a wandering nomad and it's got a bit of an Ash Waste vibe to it, which sort of feels a bit odd from an army perspective or lore. It'll be interesting to know what he's up to, but as a standalone model with zero context, because I've not read the article, it looks amazing. I really like it.
Yeah, I think, well, again, like, you can completely get behind the idea, because, again, a lot of the time in the fiction of Warhammer 40,000, when not dealing with the grandiose battles, there's lots of instances where lone warriors, especially traitor marines, you know, kind of walk the galaxy and traverse the galaxy, you know, alone, effectively. There's a lot of these kind of, like, lone, I won't say heroes in this instance, but lone characters that, you know, maneuver throughout the universe and cause all sorts of problems. I remember there was always a lovely short story about, like, one Khorne berserker taking on, like, a tank legion, or not like a tank legion, but like a load of guard tanks, and they're like, oh, it's one world eater. Oh dear. And it proceeds to obviously carve its way through. So the idea of this guy kind of roaming and carrying lots of stuff around with him and being this kind of nomadic kind of hero, at least from a sort of design aesthetic, looks really cool.
Yeah, I just quickly read it. Basically, he creates loads of viruses in his lungs, and they get spewed out via the turbines on his backpack, basically. So he's spewing
turbines,
turbines, yes.
The turbines.
Not the turbines, yes.
No. That would be a very weird thing to have spewing out.
So that makes perfect sense. It all looks logical. It explains, like, why he's got the kind of custom gas mask on his face. And it sort of all makes sense. He's still got slightly shabby chic nomadic vibe with all the sort of torn, ragged cloth, which I guess you do see some on some Death Guard, but not many.
Not really. I mean, it's not that prevalent. I think as well, like, the way they've painted this mini is very at odds with kind of like the standard kind of approach. It definitely has more of this kind of tattered, dirty quality to it. They've done a lot more weathering. It's not like clean, pristine armor. And the sword, especially, the rust details.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very, very good looking paint job. I think this is one of those instances where whomever it was that they gave this to clearly flexed a lot of their creative flair and a lot of their kind of more kind of advanced weathering techniques, because the results are stunning. I genuinely think this is a near perfect Death Guard mini. I think it's stunning. I think a lot of Death Guard players, even within like the Heresy scene, would be looking at this and go, "Oh, I could come up with a reason of putting this in that army," because it's really cool. Like, I just think the pose, the armor, the design, everything about it is awesome. I love it. I think it's awesome. I just think it's a very, very cool movie.
And yeah, I think the thing I've always really liked about Death Guard is, yes, they overly put on like too much sort of bulging pus and tentacles, which I don't like, but this one doesn't have really any of that on it. But the armor is like very classic Heresy armor, with the exception of like the tentacles bursting out and stuff like that. And it works really well. And what they've done here is they've sort of boiled down the quintessential elements of a Death Guard mini, but then they've actually taken it and given you something new and different, where they've gone, cool, he's going to have an absolute giant backpack that's going to have some spinning fans on, and he's going to look a bit more nomadic. And turbines. I don't want to say it in case I get it wrong there. And he's got an absolutely giant rusted sword as well. And it's like, that's completely, out of left field, but it all works. It's very cool. It's a great sort of standalone mini. Whereas I guess that, you wouldn't necessarily see that right away from something like Emperor's Children, because they're trying to establish the design elements across the army before they can then maybe go off on sort of wild tangents. But yeah, this one feels like it would still fit in while still being, unique to Death Guard. So yeah. I sort of love this one.
And to be clear, I don't think every Death Guard mini that they've done has been like a 10 out of 10. I think Death Guard have a lot of great minis. I think it's one of the better ranges. I think most of the Death Guard stuff is really good, but they definitely have some misses. But yeah, this isn't one of them. I think here's the thing, though, right? If you're a Death Guard player, and I'm not really a Death Guard player, although I do own a Death Guard army. If you're a Death Guard player, is this what you wanted? Is this what you needed? Like another foot hero who, by all accounts, will just get bolted onto Plague Marines. It's like, was this what your army needed? Because at the moment, it feels to me like you've already got like 6 or 7 foot heroes in power armor, right? Like you got like the Lord, the geezer with the bell on his head, the surgeon, the guy with the flamers. Like you got loads of these, right? Did they need another one? And are Death Guard players being a little bit kind of underserviced with this kind of stuff? Because it feels like for Death Guard, the last thing they needed really was another hero on foot with a sword and a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the same thing with a lot of the armies when they just give them a character. It's like Gene Stealer Cole, Admech. It's like, do you need sort of standalone single miniatures or characters? Probably not, but it's easier to do that than a whole brand new unit. And, you know, at what point do you go, these armies should be complete and that they don't need anything else? And, you know,
they can't ever stop doing stuff though, Phil. That's the problem. They can't just turn around to us and go, you know what? Death Guard are pretty good as they are. We don't need to add anything anymore because, you know, what would that say? Like it's just not, it's not the done thing, is it?
Feature complete. That's all it needs to be. They don't need it, but they obviously want to sell stuff. So I do get the argument. And here's the thing: even as a fan of an army, you want to collect it, and you'd be like, "Oh, but I would just love it if I could get the things that could fly." Because my army doesn't have that. And it's like, yes, that's the point. It's the archetype of your army is that you don't have that. But it still doesn't stop me from wanting those things. So I completely get it from the other side of the fence as well.
I do feel like, though, like Death Guard, I think a lot of Death Guard's problems could be fixed if they, in their new book, when it comes around, they come up with ways of making stuff good again. And they will do that, hopefully, you know, because Blightlord Terminators have been pretty consistently terrible throughout this edition, but for a while. The Death Shroud are pretty good, but are they good enough? Poxwalkers are like, whatever. You know, there's just things that they can do to make this stuff more interesting. I think from a range perspective, they've got opportunities to do interesting things with it if they just come up with a fun set of mechanics. And obviously Death Guard aren't bad at the moment because they've got like all the kind of weird debuffs and other things they do. So mechanically they've got options, but yeah, that was just my one gripe with it. I was like, okay, cool, yeah. It's like with Fire Slayers and AOS. Oh, another hero on foot. What a treat. That is indistinguishable from all the other heroes on foot. Wicked. Except this guy is cool and I like him a lot, and I'm happy to live in a world where this exists rather than one where it doesn't. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, cool guys, but like, what are we doing here? Like, what's the vibe?
Yeah, I mean, discounting Death Guard, but talking on the same topic slightly off tangent, would you rather a world where rather than just getting new units, that instead you just got alternative sculpts for stuff? That would
be my preference. That was the world of old, Phil. We always used to get it where, you know, but then people used to get angry, didn't they, for a while, because they were like, oh, another Space Marine Lieutenant. But to me, it was
that went a bit over the top. But at the same time, having another variant mini of a character, just, you know, maybe the first one wasn't as great. Maybe they can do another one.
Yeah. I mean, they haven't really got a Lord on Foot mini outside of the one that was released as part of the Kill Team box set recent, or the Space Marine Heroes range. And in fact, I don't even know if that Lord is in there. But again, it's like, that's the thing with it. It's like, yeah, and also they're in this weird situation now where the Malefic spellcaster geezer is on like a 32mm base rather than a 40mm base because of just how it was shipped originally. And then, you know, so it's sort of staying on that base size, even though really it probably needs to kind of scale up. So yeah, like maybe they could have given us another Sorcerer sculpt. Maybe they could have given us an Icon Bearer sculpt, because that's kind of cool, like the banners and Icon Bearers. There could have been other things. Yeah, I agree. I would prefer... I mean, look, here's the thing. This sculpt is cool, but you could have just said, it's a Lord. Whatever. Move on. You know? It's like... Yeah.
I was going to say, are there Death Guard... I'm sure there are Death Guard cultists.
They're Poxwalkers, and there are Death Guard cultists are a choice, but they don't have miniatures for them.
So that's what they're missing then. I appreciate that everyone has their own demonic thing, like the Poxwalkers or Zangors. But yeah, a faction-specific cultist like the Jackals, I think, would be a good addition if we were to give them something new. But I think, maybe alternative minis is the way to grow the range without growing the data sheets. And that should be the 11th edition motto.
Yeah. That's it. More minis, but...
More minis, but the same old stuff.
Same old stuff. But that becomes a point, though, doesn't it? Where it's like, from a game design perspective, how much more stuff do you need? Because now you're looking at this situation where it's like, because it becomes really weird, because I've tried to build Death Guard lists, and I look at certain characters that I own, and I'm just like, oh, God, I've got to come up with all these... I've got to put all these flipping Plague Marine units in just to justify them, and Death Guard have a unique rule where lots of different types of characters can join one Death Guard unit, almost as a sort of admittance of, all right, we mucked that up.
Because we've got so many characters.
Yeah, you just chuck them in. Anyway, on the horizon of things coming down the pipeline, we have ourselves a series of books that are coming next. So we know that the World Eaters are coming next, as are the Death Guard and the Thousand Suns. So we are just rolling into that chaos period.
Have you noticed the one thing that's missing?
Well, I was going to say, where did the Imperial Knights go?
Exactly. It's just vanished into thin air. And maybe that's because they were like, well, maybe they brought forwards the Emperor's Children, because I thought we weren't going to see them till like the end of the year or something originally. Like going back to last year, I didn't think we would get Emperor's Children quite so soon. So that's really impressive. So it feels like maybe they bumped them up instead of Imperial Knights. Maybe it's a tax year thing, and they're just like, before April or whenever the tax year ends, they're like, we got to put out a big hit, bump up the numbers, and Emperor's Children will do that, whereas Imperial Knights wouldn't. And, maybe for whatever reason they prioritised that. But
well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Let's be honest. If we're talking about businessy business things, AOS 4 probably didn't hit as hard as they wanted it to, even though I think it's an amazing game. But they were giving away hundreds of thousands of copies of Skaven Tide to anyone who would, look at them nicely. And ultimately that says that they probably didn't do as well as they wanted for it. Because all three of the things in the now are big hitters. That Eldari release is massive. That Astra Militarum release, the Death Corps Krieg, massive. And Emperor's Children, massive. They're three huge releases that should, in theory, print them some money. So, I think ultimately it makes sense that your theory around financial years probably tracks with reality.
Maybe.
But then Imperial Knights have always been a very popular range, but the problem is with Imperial Knights are most people who are into Imperial Knights already own an extensive range of them. How many people were really going to start Imperial Knights? And then also how many people will get, what could they possibly have released for Imperial Knights that would make you want to expand that range? So I think it's probably just one of those businessy business things. And then obviously starting a new financial year, you may as well trickle out all the Chaos Space Marine books, because I guess it follows the theme, but also it just gets that stuff out of the way. And then you can also pull off the plaster that is, by the way, everyone, no Chaos Demon Codex this edition. See ya! That kind of thing. Which is heavily speculated by us and others to be what they're doing. On the horizon, obviously we've got Grey Knights. Will we see a range refresh for Grey Knights? I doubt it.
No, I think it's due, but maybe not this year. Maybe next edition or something. It'd be great if it was, but yeah.
Can we say that, right? They're not going to range. They've already done World Eaters, right? So they get like a token character. Death Guard, we already know, have got their token character. Thousand Suns will get their token character. So really, actually, when you look at the four images of what's on the horizon, Grey Knights are a good contender for a range refresh, given where they're at.
Yes. So the other images we have, there's Black Templars. There's what I assume is Imperial Knights, but sorry, Chaos Knights, and then there's and then there's a salamander. So are we getting an actual salamander supplement?
I mean,
is that speculation?
I mean, it seems to be the way it's going. To be honest with you, I think it's a bit crazy that we're getting a salamander supplement before we're getting Space Wolves, but at the same time, it's not shocking, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. Has there been much sort of online rumour speculation around this? Have people just been going, because I haven't really paid attention, is people going, oh, that's weird, salamanders. There's usually some person on the internet who's an expert who says things that I hear, but I haven't really...
No, not really. I mean, maybe they're going to like do a new character or redo an old one from the past and upgrade him into Primaris form. I don't know. So, yeah, I've not really heard anything. It's definitely interesting. But to be honest, it does make sense that, yes, you're prioritising things like Blood Angels and other First Founding chapters like Space Wolves, but it sort of makes sense that you make supplements for all of the First Founding chapters. They've done it in previous editions. They did it last in, what was it, 9th edition, or was it 8th edition that rolled into 9th edition?
Rolled into 9th, yeah.
So it's like they have done it before. It sort of makes sense from a gaming and marketing sales point of view, like big up all the chapters and, you know, give us a supplement with a bunch of characters and flesh them out. They could be more akin to how well supported Ultramarines are. Ultramarines have got, obviously you got the Primarch, but you've also got a bunch of cool characters as well, and a couple of like unique units. They could do that for all the others as well. So maybe that's what we're slowly start to see. And then they're not just bundled in with a generic codex. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, to go businessy business with it, I think you're right in so much as Games Workshop's probably just going, you know, 2025, we've not got 40k, we've not got even AOS. AOS maybe didn't hit as well as we wanted to, speculating for sure. Heresy, fine, but specialist game and has a potentially limited market, even though it's Space Marines. Old World is doing good things, but that's just going to keep going and going. Blood Bowl, etc., etc. We need more Marine releases, so let's just start getting in the habit of supporting those things. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, if we do live in a reality where Ultramarines are a fully fleshed out thing in and of themselves, Salamanders, Iron Hands, you know, all the various variables, Raven Guard, etc., it's just amazing for GW, isn't it? Because they can just keep every now and again going, here's a new Marine thing, and nothing quite sells like Marines. So, yeah, I get it. I absolutely get it. It's a bit of a sort of tonal shift or a bit of a change of behaviour, but ultimately not completely at odds with what they've done.
No, it's not out of the blue for what they've done historically in older editions, but it is relatively a new thing for this edition because they didn't do it last edition either. So, yeah.
I'll call it now. Salamanders are where they release Thunderhammer, Storm Shield, or Assault Terminators.
Yeah, it could be a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, given that they, you know, were quite fond of Thunderhammer Storm Shields back in the day. And maybe they'll do an upgrade kit that creates like the Salamander variant of it. But yeah, look, if they give us a new Grey Knight range, I mean, that's going to do well. Like, Grey Knights are money. People love them. They're a really cool concept and range, like super elite soldiers. Wicked. Love them. Psychics. Demons. Beautiful. Grey Knights are 2 thumbs up. They're going to, and as long as the sculpts aren't, you know, a miss, which hopefully they won't be, I think Grey Knights can go far. Salamanders, again, cool. Black Templars will get another on-foot hero, which will be underwhelming, unless, of course, it's a new sculpt for an old thing, which I quite like. A new Emperor's Champion mini, maybe. Or maybe a new Chaplain sculpt would be good. Like a proper Black Templars Chaplain that's not just Grimaldus. That would be wicked. But we'll wait and see. And look, Chaos Knights will be whatever they are. I'd be intrigued to see what they come up with for Chaos Knights. You know, an ever so slightly more demonic Chaos Knight. Not that they've not already kind of gone that way anyway, but yeah. On the whole, it's interesting to see what's coming down the pipeline. But yeah, my speculation is Grey Knights will probably be a range refresh if any of these are up for it. And it makes sense because it would do well. But yeah, interesting to see what's on the horizon. 40k is, an exciting time.
It's a lot of codexes to review.
Oh my God. Like, I was thinking about it, because again, I think they're going to have to do 3 every quarter, right? It's going to be 1 a month till the end of the year.
Yeah.
At some point, they're going to have to do multiple in a month, really. Because, flipping heck, it's going to be heavy. It's going to be heavy.
Yeah.
All right, well, anyway. Thanks for that. Hope you enjoyed it. Transitional noise. Hey, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to talk about the Black Library reveals that happened during the LVO 2025. How exciting, right, Phil? You like the Black Library? You like the the Black Library? God, I can talk, I swear.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, exciting stuff.
Amazing. There we go. Well, good news, everybody. The Black Library isn't just books. Sometimes there are miniatures made from those books. There are a multitude of famous examples about very, beloved and well-liked franchises within all of 40k, AOS, Heresy, etc. The ones they previewed at the LVO don't really feel like that at all. I have to be honest, I have no idea what any of this is. I have not read nor listened to any of the stuff concerning this. So Minka Lesk and the Malanef Witchblade are not anything I'm aware of. Phil, have you any idea what these are?
I'm vaguely aware of them. This lady in the Astra Militarum was a White Shield in her first book during the fall of Cadia, and now she has been upgraded to, is it Captain status? I want to say, yeah,
Captain Lesk.
Yeah, so in the next book, she's obviously promoted because she has survived.
Well done, her.
So yeah, don't know anything about the books. I believe Tim, friend of the show, and often on
the show.
End of year quiz. He's listened to them and said they're good.
Well, there you go. A huge endorsement there. Check them out. Why won't you? But yeah, anyway, look, so Captain Lesk and her veteran command squad make up the figureheads of the Cadians 101s, or 101sts, as I suppose they're probably supposed to be called, nicknamed Hell's Last. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, these are actually all pretty cool minis, to be fair. I like pretty much all of them. I've no idea what's going on with the standard bearer come priest, but I love it. I'm genuinely a big fan of it. I think it's awesome. It has all of the qualities I look for in a Warhammer 40,000 miniature, the kind of combination of the absurd and the kind of fantastical all in one. She's got a massive hat, which is an absolute double thumbs up. Love that. The Cadia flag and the standard bearer, absolutely awesome. The fact that they're wielding one of the more kind of archaic power mauls, the kind of mace, is a really great weapon choice. And the robes and all the details work in ways that is just really, really cool. I think that is, it's hard not to like that mini. It's pretty remarkably good, I would say, as a sculpt. What's your vibe on the old standard bearer?
Yeah, I mean, well, they're all great. These are, I love it. These are all great. The standard bearer, very cool. Yeah, the mace and sort of cardinal's hat, very reminiscent of one of the old metal minis that they used to do back in the 90s.
Oh, really? Which one?
I think he had a book in one hand and a mace in the other, like a real chunky mini. Yeah, because I remember having that. So it's got nods to that, which is good with the mace. Interesting combo that is like a banner bearer as well, and obviously got the book in front of her as well. That's quite cool. Yeah, it's a very cool mini, very nicely painted. Like the flag, like the highlights on that flag, very good.
It's it's honestly again, well done them. They've 40k'd that to the nines. The Commissar mini, definitely one of my favourite Commissar minis. I'm gonna declare it shy commissar or in trouble with their parents' commissar. It's kind of doing that kind of hands behind its back, sort of like shaking its shoulders in a like innocent, like, no, I didn't do it kind of like sort of vibe.
I see it more as sneaky commissar. He's walking up and down the ranks, hiding his axe behind him, ready to decapitate anyone that steps out of line, but he doesn't want people to know that he's got it on him, so he's sort of hiding it behind his back, like a bit, like, is there...
The absurdity of that statement, that you're going to hide a power axe behind your back. Like, literally, like, what you got back there, commissar? Oh, nothing at all. It's
a bunch of flowers for you.
Glowing. Yeah, exactly. No, I felt like it had a very sort of like, it's got a very sort of like timid sort of like, like, I don't know, it gives me sort of like a toddler kind of getting told off about something, which, or like being awkward in like a social situation where they're having to do something but really don't want to, like, having to go up and give their grandmother a kiss or something. It's very much in that kind of vibe. But again, the thing that really escalates this model and makes it insane, obviously the pose is hilarious, the hat is great, it's a good hat, good quality hat, Games Workshop. Commissar should never... Like, you should just delete that Commissar Mini that you did for mainline Astra Militarum. It's terrible. This is what we're looking for. But I just love the absurdity of all the things. He's carrying a flipping humongous power axe. Like, the power axe is the best weapon to give a Commissar.
Well, you've never seen them carry it before. So it's just a new take on it. It's just great.
Yeah. I love it. Like, all commissars really should. I mean, it's just...
He's got a bionic eye like Yarrick. He's like so young good. Yarrick. That's what he could be.
Mate, honestly, like, it's really cool. Like, like commissars when done right, this is that. It's
just quintessential. Yeah,
I love it. I absolutely love it. Burnt Face Man. I love Burnt Face Man.
Yeah, he's great.
I was going to reference the old cartoon by saying, no, I'm not, but, I'm trying to be, nice and not, get banned or whatever. But Burnt Face Man is phenomenal. I also love the fact that Burnt Face Man is sort of not, once bitten, twice shy. The fact that he's still...
in a way it'd be more impressive if it was a plasma gun. But I don't mind it being a melter gun. Melter guns just look better, personally. They're really brutal looking, and the pose is great. The fact he's on like a little tactical rock. Like, all of them honestly have really strong, great silhouettes. They're phenomenally painted, and they're just really gorgeously sculpted. Like, I know we yapped on for a long time with the Emperor's Children, kind of just saying how much we didn't like them. And I do worry sometimes that, do we just not like anything Games Workshop makes for 40k nowadays? But no, this is really good. This is a really good range. And I know
I can't fault it. I think it's genuinely fantastic. I mean, again, and the warrior with the las pistol and the knife, the kind of Celtic elements to it, where it's just
the Scots lady, I assume. It's a bit mad. I don't get it because I don't know who the character is, and it feels a bit out of place. But at the same time, I'm giving it a pass, and it's like it's still a cool mini.
Well, we assume, having not read or listened to the book, we assume that this is a Scottish or a Celtic warrior type character. I'm reminded of an old series of Power Rangers that became a meme where one of the villains was kind of running through like all the different archetypes within Power Rangers. So they were like, the red one's the leader, the pink one's the girl. What are you? And he responds, I'm Scottish, and then starts like going manic on it. And I thought, that's brilliant. So that's kind of the vibe I've got for this. It's the angry Scots lady.
Yeah, they've done one of the hardest things to do, and that's paint tartan as well on a mini. Yeah. Obviously, it's all sort of the same shades of the same colour, which makes it a bit easier. But that's impressive in terms of the paint job as well. So that's really good.
Yeah. And, Captain Lesk, bizarrely, Captain Lesk is possibly the weakest of the 5 minis, but genuinely pulls it off well. It's a really, really, cool character sculpt. Yeah, I think it lands it well. And if the character's well represented and kind of fleshed out in the novels, I'm sure this, really carries it as well. Because, it sounds like a really interesting story and something I probably will now actually go away and, sorry, I keep rubbing my eye. I've got like something in it. Anyway, doesn't matter.
It's your
The
eyeball,
point
Dan.
is yeah, it's my eyeball. Yeah, I know, but it's an itchy eyeball today. Itchy.
Because there was a Black Library miniature already done for her for the last book. Yeah, so but when I think she was a White Shield, and that was just her on her own. Because I did see a few people online go, "Why are they giving us another one?" But it's just a tie into the book, so and I don't mind. I think my only criticism is that there are rules that are legends and not necessarily playable rules, but maybe that's for the best, and that you'll just go, cool, I'll take the commissar as a commissar, I'll take the banner as a banner bearer for my command squad, and like we said earlier, these will just be alternate sculpts for units. And if you're not playing in tournament or whatever, and you want to run it as legends, you can do. That's also good. My only bugbear of that is I just wish legends were in the app. So it's just more accessible to use and play with those rules because, I've come around to the app, I'm using it all the time. But if the things like Legends aren't in there, it actually just makes Legends unlikely for anyone to use.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say is that, I think from a gameplay perspective, when they add rules and they go, yeah, look, here's some flavour, so it's Legends, use it in casual play, have fun. But I do think it's better for the competitive game and for the general state of it, just to...
Yeah, I do agree, and it doesn't bloat the codex like we were getting with the, Warcry and Underworld's Warbands and stuff like that. And moving stuff like that to just be Legends does make sense from a kind of a printed codex point of view, or, not having too much data sheet bloat for balance purposes. So, yeah, I completely get it.
And we ended up in this weird scenario where, in 8th or 9th edition, every guard army had Gaunt's Ghosts because Gaunt's Ghosts were amazing. And it became that thing where it was in a way, I feel like I understand why 40k as a game can't put the genie back in the bottle, but I almost sort of feel like, it was more fun when, you had to fulfill some very extraordinary circumstances to put characters of legend on the tabletop. Like it used to be if you're paying 2,000 points or more, you may take Marnius Calgar, but you still need to agree it with your opponent. So the assumption was that if you were playing a standard pickup 1,500 point game, you wouldn't see characters like Calgar on it, because the idea being that a skirmish of this scale just isn't worth his time,
Yeah, sort of on that note, though, it's sort of a bit of a shame, especially with things like the Guard, is you do have so many really interesting, iconic characters and people. Yes, you had Yarick, who's now dead, but yeah, you had Gaunt's Ghost and their model range, and that you can play them, and that you've got Lesk and her gang, and you can play them, but they're legends. But in a way, by making them legends and not giving them actual units, ultimately you're just pushing people down the route of there's Lord Solar Leonidas, and he's kind of the only one, and he's the one that everyone takes, and that kind of robs Guard of their variety of, interesting regiments and characters that you could be playing, because one, they've gotten rid of a bunch of them, and then, the ones that they do produce that are new, they're they're just legends for fun. It's I
don't mind that. I think, but I agree with you. I think we need to solve the first problem, but I don't think necessarily by giving loads of rules to all these random Black Library sculpts is the solution either. But I think I think there definitely needs to be more effort made to try and kind of manage that. If it's a High Lord of Terror type legendary character. But again, they did better jobs of that in the past, where they'd be actually, this is a Lord of War detachment, and if you want to take it, it has upsides, but it comes with taxes that make it less desirable, so not everyone did it. Whereas at the moment, it's just he's a 60-point character that's this hero of legend, although to be fair, Lord Solar or whatever is a 200-point character, maybe, or 180. But it's that thing where you're it's a relatively cheap points investment that I don't even need to kind of do anything to take, because gone are the days where there's any kind of force org. So it's just an auto include. It's just this guy is great, and I haven't got to do anything to get him, so therefore I'm always going to have him. And I think that's always the problem with it. It's like back in the day, even in 9th edition, you had to jump through some hoops to take a character of legend, whereas now it's just baked in.
But and I was going to say, I don't mind Minkalesk or any of the other Black Library models just being official models that are supported indefinitely and therefore go in the codex, because actually, weirdly, that promotes the books. If you got the codex and Minkalesk is in there, you'll be like, oh, what's her story? Go read a novel series about it. It's like, I'm pretty sure Callus and Tull, which are predominantly Black Library characters, aren't just branded a Black Library unit, and that they're not legends, and because they're like a really good unit in Age of Sigmar for Cities of Sigmar.
Well, they're in a weird spot at the moment because they're index, aren't they? So I don't know where they're going to go.
Fair.
If they're going to go anywhere. But if the current trend sort of shows, they're probably not going in a book. But they might do, but it seems unlikely.
My point was I just don't have a problem with them going, these are characters that we're going to support for the next 10x years because they're getting books, right? And we're going to keep the model going for a long period of time and just make them a data sheet. And if you want to write them out eventually, cool, because you do that literally all the time. And you have done with several characters in the New Guard Codex. So, bringing them into support into the data sheets into the codex for a temporary period of time isn't unheard of. So yeah, I mean, there's no necessarily right or wrong answer in terms of how they're doing it.
I like the Regiment of Renown system that they run in AOS, and that's how they sort of deal with that, and how I think they're going to continue to manage it. So they kind of sit outside of the kind of printed literature and reside online, and they're just things that you can add in.
They are sort of officially supported, and you can run them in events and stuff like that, but they don't have to live in the codex, I guess. And maybe that is an interesting way of going about it, because it's basically not quite legends, but it's a good halfway house where it's like, we're not putting it in the codex, but it's fully supported. You can play them at events, so therefore people won't feel bad about it. But also you can ditch it next edition if you really want to, because it hasn't been in the codex or anything like that. So some sort of form of Regiment of Renowned branding for 40k might actually work quite well for these sorts of units. And you can, and it sort of brings in the flavor of, it's a really flavorful character or unit from history. You can only take one of them out of the pick of, like, say, 4 or 5. So you can't just have an army of, let's say, Yarick, Lord Tyler Leonidas is a staple character, right? But Gaunt's Ghost, for example, and Minkalesk, you can't have both, but you can pick one. And that's a sort of, in a way, a mini force all, because it forces you to just pick one of those sort of named characterful units. And again, without blocking up codex. So that would work quite well.
Yeah, there's lots of different options they could explore, because I quite like the Army of Renown system as well with AOS, where they have the Regiments of Renown, which are these single units, but they have the Armies of Renown, which are these overarching ideas. Now, they're mostly terrible, truth be told. Most of the Armies of Renown are awful, but they're thematic and interesting, and maybe that's something they could be doing as well with 40k, where they're going, actually, if you're taking Guilliman only is deployable in this Army of Renown, because this is the only play. This is how he rolls. This is what he.
Well, these are his guys that his bodyguards that will always be with him no matter what, and that sort of forces you to take certain units. So it is effectively unit tax with a character, but quite often with those armies of renown, you can still take them just in a normal variety. You don't have to take that character only in that armies of renown, but it's like, here's the more thematic choice for that character.
But it comes with specific rules for that specific setup, and that's how it works. And to me, it's almost like, but again, people, at the end of the day, 40k is the way it is now because people want to have their cake and eat it too. They don't want to have restrictions. They don't want to see their stuff die, and they don't want to, be tabled, basically. And that's probably an extension of point 2. But that's what they want, right? That's why the game is bloated with miniatures. It's why the points are so low, and it's why you play on terrain dense boards, so nothing can actually really, that's the thing, you play 3-hour games, and by the end of it, you tally up all your points, but still, in most instances, unless you've done something drastically wrong,
You should have something on the table.
25 to 30% of your army is still left on the table. And that's sort of the design philosophy, it seems to it. But whatever. But look, I love that particular unit. I have no idea who Captain Lesk is, but I'm a little bit more aware today than I was yesterday. And I aspire to learn more. So I'm going to go away and actually listen to some of those books and see what all the hype's about. But love those minis. I'm not going to buy them because I don't have any aspirations to collect Guard at this moment in time. But I will probably look back on that decision in years to come and regret it because these are fantastic. But such is life. Some more imagery there of the things that I forgot to show. Hell's Last. Here we go. Now we have a Dark Elf assassin, but not a Dark Elf assassin because obviously this is the world of AOS, so I'm not even really sure what it is. It's not like a Daughter of Cain, is it?
Well, yeah, she was a Daughter of Cain, yeah. She's Malaneth Witchblade.
Malaneth Witchblade. Reminds me of the Peep Show character Super Hands when he's had too much crack.
Right.
That is basically it. The face and the overall kind of grimace definitely looks like a, incredibly skinny 40-something-year-old geezer who's definitely been, living the party lifestyle, longer than was probably necessary. But yeah, overall the sculpt is very dynamic, very well posed. The cape looks interesting. Everything about it's kind of nice. But yeah, it's a bit of a manic mini that, it's fine. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I think all the good elements of it really kind of escalate it or elevate it. But overall, it's not for me. It's fine, but I just, whatever. It's not one that I'll be rushing out to get. What's your vibe on Super Hands, my friend?
Yeah, sadly, unlike the last one, it doesn't really hit the mark or do it for me. I suspect it's sort of like a bad photo, given the benefit of that.
Maybe.
And I think potentially a paint job, but not to say the paint job's bad, but I think that the sort of wild, mad eyes gives it a slightly crazed look. And I think if you can sort of look around the model a bit more and see, it actually in person, I think it will look better. But yeah, overall it doesn't look that great from my initial outset. And just sadly, it doesn't look anything like the artwork. It sort of looks a bit like the artwork, but that's more of like a jumping down pose, whereas this is more leaping forwards. I'm just not a fan of it personally.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's sort of like the face sculpt is very angular and it removes some of the kind of subtleties of the illustration. Definitely the illustrator that they brought in to do the front cover has obviously done a really good job of creating a really kind of cool looking pose and it's a very well drawn illustration of the character.
Yeah. This
image just doesn't, this miniature just doesn't quite capture it. But again, could just be the paint job, could just be the photography. But yeah, look, I have no idea who this character is. I think she was meant to assassinate Gotrek, but he survived, and now they hang out together, and they're like buddies. Fine.
So yeah, she's his new companion for AOS. Unlike the old character in Warhammer the Old World. So it'll be interesting if it's got a battle scroll. War Scroll that can go alongside Gotrek, and there's like some synergy there to play them both, because I think he's a regiment of renown that you can add to an army.
He is, yes.
So it'd be interesting if she's got one that can sort of attach to him and you can run them both together. That would be quite interesting, and it'd be very thematic for a game. Although I'd be quite happy just to run him on his own, because I kind of like dwarves being dwarves, and he's, I've always had a soft spot for Gotrex and Felix from the Old World.
Yeah, I think, ultimately, if the two of them together can make up a really interesting, Regiment of Renown, or maybe even be hilarious, wouldn't it, if they had, some mad kind of, Army of Renown status, where it's just these two minis, but they're literally, they're the equivalent of a 2,000-point force.
Very strong.
Yeah, exactly. That would be hilarious, but probably not something they'll do. But no, I think, ultimately the sculpt isn't great, but the way that AOS roll out the support for these kind of things is probably a little bit better realised than some of the 40k equivalents. But yeah, ultimately, this is kind of the inverse of the last one in so much as the mini just isn't really doing it for me, even if it is that they might have some interesting ways of deploying it in game. So yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, whatever. It just feels, maybe this character and maybe this story of Shade of Cain, the story of this character, maybe they are beloved, and maybe within the AOS community of people who genuinely engage with the AOS lore, they love this character and there's a lot of enthusiasm for it, but I'm not hearing about it. It hasn't really come onto my radar, and I've been playing a lot of AOS for the last few years, and really this is the first time I've kind of come across this. So I get the vibe that this is probably not extraordinary, but it's not a Stormcast, so
That's
on
true.
that front, it's nice to not see another Stormcast. I was thrilled to bits, as you can imagine, when they revealed the store birthday miniatures, and it was yet again another boring Stormcast for AOS. I was like, whoopee-doo! Can't wait to not get that.
Yeah, no, and likewise with the Guard mini, it's great that it's not Space Marines and that they do focus on other stuff.
Oh yeah, to be fair, with the 40k range of Black Library, they've been very good for Guard. Like they've obviously done the Gaunt's Ghosts. They had the female Commissar mini, which was super lovely.
Oh yeah.
Obviously got these guys. They did the Custodes Captain with Sister of Silence.
Yeah. Years ago, prior to Plastic, they did Eisenhorn as well. That was one of the first ones.
Eisenhorn.
Yeah.
Oh, Eisenhorn was amazing. That recent Orc release they did was stunning as well. I thought that was actually pretty cool for what it was. It was very Orky the Orc, very quintessential. So that was kind of cool. Was it stunning? It was all right. Maybe I'm being a bit unnecessarily kind to it. But anyway, the point is that, yeah, I think Black Library very rarely seems to lean into Space Marines. In fact, the only one I can...
Was it Uriel Ventress?
Yeah, the Ventress, the Ultramarine Gazer. That's pretty much it recently.
Yeah.
So they definitely seem more willing to experiment with the other ranges, which is super cool. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. Black Library, fun times. 5 gorgeous guardsmen and a drug-addled elf. What a treat. Transitional noise. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about the Age of Sigmar reveals from the LVO 2025 community update thingamabob, aren't we, Phil?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
Indubitably. Me and Phil, as most of you probably are aware, we enjoy a bit of the old AOS. It's maybe not been as popular as GW would hope, although I don't really know what I base that on. It's just a vibe check kind of thing. I don't know if AOS 4 has been the white-hot release that we maybe hoped it was. I love it. I make no secret of it. I think it's a really good game. Phil, where's your heart at on the AOS?
I was very strong at it at the beginning, and I still think it's a good game. It's the way I would describe it is it's a better game than 40k, but I'm more in love with the 40k setting, and that's always my struggle with Age of Sigmar, whereas the setting isn't quite as gripping, even though the army ranges are predominantly better, I would say, than the 40k army ranges. But yeah, it's just hard to love or get behind the AOS army sometimes. And the models are all beautiful, but I quite often love the desire to convert and kit bash miniatures. And it just seems a lot harder to do that in AOS in my mind. I can't get that little nugget of inspiration to want to convert something, especially when the models are just gorgeous to begin with. Whereas I feel like 40k is much more kit bash friendly.
Yeah, 40k is a lot more evocative, isn't it? It's a much vaster but much better established universe with a lot of years of history. And I think the thing is that, you can't ignore the incredible writers and contributors who kind of created and fleshed it out, from the early kind of works of Rick Priestley to everything that's kind of come over the years since. And I think not to just credit Rick Priestley with it initially, although he is broadly considered to be one of the kind of key creators of the kind of key fluff, as it were. But yeah, like, I think that's the thing. It's like 40k is this really rich, incredible universe, and there's so many now periods of time that you can dive into. I've seen people get super excited about, representing the tyrannic warfare between Ultramarines and Tyranids across Macragge and the whole kind of Ultramar segment of the universe. I've seen people get super invested in the idea of like the Eight and the Farsight Enclaves and that whole kind of concept. And, that's really just like the tip of many, many icebergs that make up the sheer volume of 40k, whereas in AOS, as someone who's been playing it now consistently for 2 years and has played majoritively orcs during that time, I don't really know much of anything about the faction from a fluff perspective, other than they, fly around the mortal realms projected by their angry magic, appearing in places and getting stuck in and brawling. So yeah, it's very it doesn't sort of it's weird. It feels like as a setting, it doesn't have that same kind of magic. And maybe that is one of the barriers to entry, because it sure as heck isn't the miniatures, as we're going to see when we go into the Barrow kingdoms, the Soulblight Gravelords that are on display in this article. Because I think, to say it up front, these are some, yet again, stunning miniatures for the game of Age of Sigmar. It's been a while since AOS has put out miniatures that I've not looked at and thought, flipping heck, they're incredible. Like, I actually really can't honestly remember when the last time an underwhelming kind of core range of AOS came along.
Yeah, I mean, I could pick some, but they're all old.
Yeah, but even at their time, like, if you look at like Blades of Khorne, which definitely look dated, or Fire Slayers,
they're the two I was thinking of.
They're very early things, and they still have some flavour to them. I think, probably Fire Slayers are on balance are probably the weakest range overall, although I think Blades of Khorne have definitely got some old jank in there. But again, a lot of the Blades of Khorne stuff was like Warhammer End Times. I mean, again, a lot of those units actually started out during like the End Time period and then were moved into AOS with Blades of Khorne. So again, it's different, right? I think that's the thing. I think ever since maybe Fire Slayers, I can't really think of anything that's been a bit of a miss. Other than, obviously, in my opinion, actually, truth be told, the Stormcast don't work for me at all. So there you go. The Stormcast are the most boring and uninteresting thing in AOS.
Yeah, I mean, Tggdyhvfh, Deepkin, I'm not a huge fan of. But there are some really gorgeous sculpts in there, but I think the overall setting and aesthetic of them is just a bit odd to me.
Oh, I love the Tggdyhvfh. They're actually one of the few fluff-related things in AOS that I think is super interesting. Like the idea that they are the sons or the offspring, the faction made in the image of Teclis, and the fact that Teclis hates them and has discarded them, basically. And he's like, no, I'm going to go hang out with my brother's kids. They're cooler than you. Meh. It's like, I actually really like Tggdyhvfh Deepkin. I think they're one of the stronger ranges in terms of aesthetic, but I also think they've got a really fun.
It's a very
story.
unique aesthetic, and what I like about a lot of especially some of the earlier AOS ranges, is they sort of took elements from a fantasy range. The Nighthaunts, a classic one. They took like the Banshee model and the Grimghast Reaper, I think he was called, and they took those aesthetics and gone, well, let's just turn that into an entire faction. And they've taken, dwarves, for example, and gone, let's just have them in flying ships, and they've made the Kharadron Overlords. I've liked that they've taken those aesthetics and sort of completely flipped the switch on what you expect that race or faction to be like, and they've given you something very unique. I think now we're getting to a stage where they're almost going back in reverse, and they're taking a classic range of miniatures and reimagining them slightly with an AOS aesthetic, but still feeling very much Warhammer Fantasy. I think Cities of Sigmar did quite a good job with that. The Soulblight Gravelords that we've now seen look very sort of fantasy-esque with this Death Rattle range, so I think that will be really interesting to look through. And there's been a bunch where they've sort of I think Soulblight Gravelords just in general just look phenomenal, but they haven't really reimagined them as a brand new army. They've just sort of gone back to their roots and given you a classic range of minis that really represent that archetype.
Yeah, but they've dialed it all up, and I think that's the really incredible thing. We were talking about it when we were going through some of the 40k stuff and the on-foot hero things, and I think that's the thing with this is, like, in a way, revisiting and giving sculpts a bit more of a kind of glow-up, as it were, is a really cool thing and something I really love to see, and I think this, to me, represents a really good series of improvements, and yeah, I'm definitely in favour of this kind of thing. What was I going to say? I think overall, the general state of AOS is definitely an interesting topic for another time, and I think we'll probably put that into a segment in the future, talking about speculating kind of where we feel like AOS is at and where it may have gone wrong. I think this year is going to be really interesting for AOS, and I think, you know, a lot of that will become apparent as we go through this article, and I'm really excited to talk about it, because I genuinely... all of the things we've said so far are entirely valid and the points are valid, but I genuinely believe that AOS is a great game and needs to be played. I think, you know, I think it's a incredibly beautiful range of miniatures on the whole. It's genuinely a lot more cost effective to get into. Like, almost always 40k is, yeah, I don't know what the scale is really, but I think maybe that's an experiment as well that we could add into it, is like, how much is, like, theoretically the cheapest AOS army versus the cheapest 40k army that you could kind of conceive, and then conversely, what's the most expensive AOS army look like? And I think probably at the cheaper end, AOS maybe isn't necessarily meaningfully cheaper than the cheapest 40k, but I would definitely say at the more expensive end of the scale, I think that's where AOS kind of potentially, you know, kind of cheapens out, in the sense of if you're building like a meaningful army. I'm not talking about if you went, I know I'm going to buy loads of this 100-point unit that, you know, I get like that costs like 40 quid for 100 points or whatever. I'm sure there are things you could do to make it more expensive necessarily, but anyway, it's a conversation for another time.
No, it's fair. I was going to say, I'll just add on to that because we might have talked about it in the outro, but the points thing is a big thing. So me and Sean doing the doubles. Obviously, Dan, you'll be there with Richard this weekend that we're playing up at Warhammer World, and we were talking about trying to refine our lists. And I was looking through Sean's SOULBLIGHT GRAVELORDS army, and he had like 60 points spare. So I was like, oh, what's in his army that he could fit into that? Nothing is the answer. There's almost nothing under 100 points. I think the cheapest is literally like 100 points, maybe 90 or something like that. Every unit is very expensive. Nighthaunt, for example, the cheapest is a 4-man unit, and that's 80 points, I want to say. So it's like the points differential between that and 40k, where you can get a 10-man guard squad for like 45 points or something, is ridiculous, which is why I think the scale of AOS maybe works a bit better, and the model count does feel a lot lower because just units are so much more expensive, almost like double basically for a lot of stuff. So yeah, it is an interesting point of comparison. I think I also did point up the Death Rattle box that you're getting, because it's, yeah, hold on.
How much is it?
Yeah, let me just remove the Viking, because I think I added on some extra units to be like, oh, how much would it actually come to?
I mean, I was going to say, though, in the case of, like, and obviously you're limited by the miniatures that you have in your collection, or rather Sean has in his collection in this instance, because I know he's gone for Prince Varadar and 10 Blood Knights, right?
Yes, yeah.
Because, I mean, in theory, obviously Prince Viradrai or whatever he is fine, but if you just took, like, 5 Blood Knights, then obviously what happens there is that you then have, you know, 290 points, and at that point you could be starting to look at units in that kind of 100 to sort of 140 range, or potentially, like, you know, one unit for like 100, another like 180. So, for example, you could have taken Blood Knights, a unit of Black Knights, and then a unit of Death Rattle Skeletons, and that would have been fine, and you would have been only like 20 points off. So I think that's the really interesting thing about the points in AOS is it makes you actually need to think about what you're taking and come up with those priorities and actually rejig things, because you can't just kind of... It's not like 40k where you just put in all the stuff you want and then you can kind of perfectly piecemeal stuff around it. AOS, it's one of those things where it's like, you can lean into the super elite stuff, but it is quite inefficient. But you're essentially weighing up the pros and cons of that, really, and I quite like that.
Yeah,
in terms of how
that's true. In terms of the box, it looks like so you get a right on. Is it right? Or was it Wraith? Right, yeah, White Lord. Sorry, White King on Skeletal Steed. You get some horses, which I'm putting down as Black Knights, and then you. Yeah,
they're definitely going to be more than your standard Black Knights, though. I feel like because they seem quite different.
They might be something else. I think they've sort of said you can run your Black Knights as whatever this the Barrow Guards, whatever they're going to be called, which we can double check. And then there's 2 units, and I've put one down as Death Rattle Skeletons, which are the cheap ones, and 1 unit down as the Grave Guard, which they've said.
But they're both Grave Guards.
If they're both Grave Guard, okay, that makes it even better. Okay, I wasn't entirely sure if they were 2 of the same because there are.
No, it's 2 units of Barrow Guard, 1 unit of the Barrow Horses, and the new Barrow Lord on Mount.
So that comes to 670 points. That's a lot of points, in my opinion, for a box set. And I think we talked about the Krieg one was barely 400. I think not even that.
Well, it was 310.
Yeah, I knew it was closer to 3 something, but yeah, not even 400 then. So that's double your points for probably the same price in terms of how much the box is going to cost. So if you were looking at purely from a sort of points perspective, this is not just double the value; it's probably quadruple the value because you'll need twice as many models in a guard army or a 40k army than in an AOS army. So yeah, I think a lot more value for money. From this.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing, right? You could still lean into, like, you could still add, Blood Knights to that, which, at the moment are like 230. You can look at things like the various big dragon minis. There's lots of stuff that you can add into it. But anyway, look, by the by, yeah, I love the box set. It's a great selection of minis for, an already great range. I think Soulblight Gravelords occupy this very interesting space where they're kind of this, kind of homogenous group of different stuff.
Well, a lot of factions are like that, though. Like Gloomspite Kits, made up of several different factions. Orc War clans have got your 2 divisions. Not all of them are like Nighthaunt, for example, just are Nighthaunt. There's no real sub-factions within that in terms of what the model ranges are. And I do quite like it. What they're doing is that they are giving you sort of, mini armies within a wider army. Part of me would love it if they did just flesh them all out and then give them their own battle tome and be a standalone force. But I sort of understand that they want this sort of cross synergy. It's like, you can have a mix and match of different things, because you might want a Vampire Lord leading an army of Death Rattle Skeletons, even though thematically maybe they wouldn't, and vampires would be having other things instead.
Yeah. I do think it's really interesting with the way these ranges are built up as well, though, and I think that's the thing. Soulblight Gravelords got a lot of love in the last edition. A lot of that came from the Cursed City bump that they kind of enjoyed.
Was phenomenal range.
Yeah. So they really got a lot of love in that. But yeah, we're now getting, even more. And it's not just skeletons they're getting, although let's just talk about these skeleton minis. So the first one out the gate is the White King on Skeleton Steed. Intriguingly, Phil, and I know you know this already, they did a White King on Steed mini last year, or rather 2023.
Yeah, 2023. It's like 2 years old, basically, fresh out the box. So barely time to gather any dust in anyone's cupboards, and it's already announced it's effectively just being replaced. And now this one is a multi-part kit and has 2 builds. But it's odd that they're replacing it such a new kit. And the old one, I mean, I know Richie, I'm calling him out here, said it was trash. I actually think it looks really good. I think, yes, it's not got as nice a scenic base. The pose is a bit static, although weirdly the pose is quite similar to the guy in this one. But I think the horse, while it hasn't got the sort of evocative flourishes of the windswept tatters that this one has, it's the armor on it is just phenomenal. And I would say the horse in the other one is better. But the rider on this one's cooler. But if you want a dude with a lance, that other mini is good. And if you want a Death Rattle army, and it's something that I'm going to admit now has been rattling, to excuse a pun, around in my brain, it makes me go, well, if I did want to do this, I should definitely get that other model. Just so it's an alternative sculpt to have in my back pocket, even if I might use this one as well. Like I think that one's great. This one's great as well.
I mean, that one is great. This one, to me, it can only be better because of like the overall kind of presentation of it. I think the kind of decorative base, the motion of the actual figure, the way that it's sort of like, because I kind of like, and I know it's like a bit sort of, maybe I'm overreaching, but it's that thing, isn't it, where like the skeletal form is this kind of weightless dead thing, and as a result, nothing really kind of flows from it. And I like the fact that it kind of stands in this very kind of rigid kind of pose, while the actual motion comes from all of the fabrics, and there's a sense of like that tattiness and that sort of like decaying decrepitness to these materials, like they're all kind of withering away, and there's that kind of entropy to it that really kind of works in a really amazing way. And I love the way they paint the armor, but it just sort of speaks of this kind of like old, long dead heroic thing that is now brought back to unlife in this really horrific kind of way. And there's a certain there's something really quite haunting about it. I think whether the fact it stands over the graveyard or whether it's just the overall kind of scale of it, I love it, man. Like this is a damn near perfect miniature for wargaming, Warhammer Age of Sigmar, whatever it may be. It's truly stunning. I think it's an absolute work of art. And I'll be honest with you, a fantastic alternate sculpt if anyone's looking for a cool alternative for a Lord Soul.
I could definitely take elements of it. Here's the thing, you could almost take the horse and remove the legs, swap them out for like the weird robotic legs that the Solar one's got if you really want to, or just paint these up to be metal. And then, just change the person on top a little bit. You hit everything on the head in terms of like the pose, the stillness of it. It gives me vibes of like the villain pursuing someone across the countryside in a movie, and they just turn around and they see him in the distance and he's not moving at all. He's just like stilly watching them as they then go, oh God. And then they sort of run off. But the fact they've got the motion in the fabric brings it to life, whereas it feels like he's just not really moving. Looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's stunning. And then when you look at the sort of profile images of it, the detailing in like the armor, the shield, all of those really kind of baroque elements. I even love the fact that he's got this kind of severed head of a king on his saddle, which is really, really awesome. And then, you go to the alternate variant of the figure. Again, more of a kind of forward-facing pose. This is definitely, to me, the second of the poses that they offer in the article is the weaker of the two.
This is meant to be the more heroic one, because this is the White Lord.
Well, I don't think it kind of carries the same kind of presence, but I think again it could just be the angle of the photography and all the rest of it. I mean, again, love the paint job. I love that kind of
lots of verdigris.
Verdigris, that's the term. It's well nice. Well done, whoever made that. It's phenomenal.
This one's got more of a Lord Solar vibe to him, with the sort of the crested plume and the sort of a pose with the sword and stuff like that. They're both cool. I don't know if I think out of the two I'd prefer the first one. I think that's just much more interesting. But again, that might be the position of the, how the photographs have been taken. And when you see it in 3D, I might change my mind. But they're both good and they're both strong. And the fact that it's a multi-part kit that can do these two very different looking poses, I assume, just trying to think how similar is the horse? Is it just a different head, I guess? Because I think the legs are in the same poses.
No, I actually don't think they. They are.
I think it's just the kind of crest armor on the horse's head. I think is the main difference. I think they've been quite clever about it as well. Like they've given you very strong photograph for the first one, and then they've shown the second model from the other side, so you can't get a complete like-for-like comparison where you would maybe notice that the horse is the same for a lot of the elements of it. So yeah, very cleverly done. But it looks good as well.
Yeah, I think it's phenomenal. And I was going to say, I think it's hard to believe, and I understand why, because Emperor's Children are so freaking cool conceptually, and I love them in terms of what they represent. So I completely understand why people are excited to collect Emperor's Children. But if you were thinking about this stuff just objectively based on miniatures, how you could look at this and look at Noise Marines and go, I'm going to buy some Noise Marines. It's just like, this is phenomenal. And like, and again, I would strongly suggest to anyone, if you are resisting the temptation because you don't think you're going to like Age of Sigmar because of double turns and all this nonsense, genuinely give it a try. It's so good. It's a game worth playing, and when you can have miniatures like that, I just don't understand why you don't.
This is a really interesting thing where it's like I wasn't ever considering doing a Soulblight Gravelords army. I love vampires and I love the aesthetic and I love the old fantasy range, and I've converted up some minis for more time as an undead warband. So I do have, and I've obviously got Nighthaunt, so I've got a inherent love for the Death faction as a whole, I think. And I love a lot of the older minis, and the Underworld skeleton minis have always been really great. The Sepulchral Guard, which was the very first skeleton Underworld's warband I did, I had that box and I really like that one. And then these are, and I obviously loved the Curse City stuff as well. But I was never like, oh yeah, I've got to do a Death army. I've got to do a Soulblight Gravelords army. And then this comes out and it genuinely makes me want to buy the box, even though I've got tons of other projects on my hand. Like, this is what, you know, a slam dunk is for Games Workshop, where you don't even know you want the minis until you see them, and then you go, oh, well, I just need to do an army of this now. Like, that is an ultimate win for Games Workshop. And as you said, you know, Emperor's Children did not do that whatsoever, and I don't think would do it for most people. It was, I never realised I loved Emperor's Children until now, because these minis are just phenomenal. Instead, it's like an easy pass. Thanks. My wallet has been saved.
Yeah. Well, that's it, isn't it? I think, to me at the moment, the Death faction has some very strong ranges in it now. I think with this change here to these guys, like, I have no idea why, and I quite liked the Bone Reapers first time round, but now with this, I have no idea how, if you want to do a Skelly army, you're going, ooh, the Bone Reapers are for me, not this. It's like, you know,
it's interesting. So, as we talked about before, Bone Reapers is basically taking the concept of skeletons from fantasy, dialing it up to 11 and giving us a brand new faction with it. And then this is going back to the classic fantasy skeletons. So it's odd that you now have effectively two skeleton factions that you can pick, but one is just wildly different from the other. And for the most part, the Aussie Art Bone Reapers, I just don't like most of the minis. Some of them, though, are really lovely. I like the mad sort of catapult with the little legs. And I like the Bone Collector, I think is like the big monster with the weird fists. The Harvester, that's it. Yeah. Again, love that model. Yeah. But then a lot of the generic troops and stuff I don't like. But, you know, these ones I love. But almost if they were just, you know, the kind of classic Tomb King style, like naked skeletons with no armor on as well, I would also love, because because it would just be a lot easier to paint. I think would be its biggest bonus. But yeah, these models really do a good job, of just making you want to collect this army now.
Yeah, we'll look at the other minis next, but just to say, I think, the big difference, I think, with this range and what they've done to, this particular burst of Soulblight Gravelords is that they've really leaned into those kind of like grim horror type aesthetics. They're not cartoony. I think that's the problem with the Bone Reapers and even some of the older kind of skellies and other things. I think there was a kind of cartooniness to them, a sort of comicalness to them that this doesn't
even
really
so, for example, the zombies from Cursed City, where they've got like the graves stuck to them because they've just come out of the ground. did come across quite cartoony, although predominantly the rest of the range didn't do that. So I think they did it quite well. And yeah, these guys look great. They look very in line with the last Death Rattle. Was it an Underworld's War? Yeah, I want to say it was an Underworld's Warband that looked basically the upgraded version of the sort of standard skeletons. The graveyard guys, which these guys are now replacing. And I've seen loads of people online going, I want to get hold of those Underworld's Warbands because they now fit the aesthetic of the rest of the army, so they'd be great just alternate sculpts. But they're just completely sold out everywhere, and they're like ridiculous money. So, you know, maybe they'll reappear at some point.
GW will bring them back at some point, maybe, when they need to, you know, fill up the bank account again. Right, next along is the replacement for the Grave Guard, the Barrow Guard. Look, I mean, you've heard us wax lyrical about the Lords. The same is true of these. I think they are pretty on point. I don't think there's anything that I can find fault with on these. My only weird wibbly complaint, and I think it works still from a general kind of creative perspective for what these are, but I would say that the only thing that's odd to me, and maybe this is on purpose, but the only thing that's odd to me is the armor seems like it's actually fashioned for the skeletal kind of frame, as in like the limbs and like the greaves and the vambraces and all the kind of armor is very slender. And I understand that obviously, you know, there are skeletons inside of it, but I always kind of assert that these are suits of armor that were made for, you know, big, chunky human warriors that are now being kind of brought back into life by, you know, dark magic and stuff, and the skeletons inside, but there's a bit more, you know, the armor still kind of leans into that sort of chunkier aesthetic, but that isn't the case here. They are quite sort of slender, but again, possibly in the world of AOS, they're going, no, we're fashioning armor specifically for these guys because this is what we do now. It's not just a bunch of undead soldiers brought back to life. It's actually a purpose-built force of skeleton warriors that have been, chosen for their combat capabilities and so on. But otherwise, I mean, genuinely, it's a really minor quibble. Because overall, I think these things are just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily mind that as a quibble. It's one, I assume it just makes them look a bit more like true scale and like kind of correctly proportioned. Yeah. They do have the sort of the cloak, the black cloth underneath, which you could say is bulking the bones out a little bit. And actually, it does a very clever thing of hiding a lot of the bones. So you predominantly have just armor and cloth to paint, and not like loads of bones to paint, but also not a lot of like weak like leg joints where it's just a kneecap and nothing else. So actually having the cloth sort of strengthens the model as a whole, so it feels like they'd be quite robust, which looks like it would be a lot more suitable for like playing figures. Whereas, you know, one of my greatest concerns or nitpicks about the Nighthaunt is they are just so fragile. To both, as you're building and painting them, you're constantly breaking bits off them, and when you're playing with them, they're just constantly like getting stuck to each other because they've got so many wispy bits to them. They're just sort of like hooking onto each other constantly. So having an army that's a bit more robust would be a great benefit, I think. And these don't feel fragile. Yeah,
you can't even drop laptops on Nighthaunt.
No, I know. I mean, imagine doing something like that. Imagine doing that.
What kind of monster?
Who would do that, Dan? Who would do it?
Who would do it? I don't know.
The one thing I really like about it is so the banner guy and the tattered banner looks fantastic. And I saw that and I was like, I'm going to take that banner and put it on my Thunder Warriors because they love a tatty banner. So that is a great bit of kit bashing that I'm going to use for those guys at some point.
It will be yours.
It will be one day. I guess my only concern, not only concern, my only complaint, and it's literally nothing to do with the models, it's the Games Workshop's weird obsession about giving you a replacement unit for something that already exists and just giving it a different name. So it's just odd that these aren't called Grave Guard and they've called them Barrow Guard instead, even though it's replacing the old Grave Guard minis, and I guess we'll replace them in the Battle Tome in terms of like their data sheet and stuff. It's just an odd choice, unless it's a thematic one that's done deliberately.
Well, I've assumed they're going to continue to be called Graveguard when they continue to support them in Old World. So it's
okay, that's a fair point. Yeah, and I didn't know if it was more a sort of weird legal IP thing where Games Workshop just loves to create more unique sounding names, because Graveguard is sort of generic that other companies might use it because it's, you know, not copyrightable, for example.
It's definitely true that they definitely enjoy that kind of IP stuff, but I think it's more to do with the Old World dynamics in this case.
True, that's fair.
Next we have the Barrow Knights, not the Black Knights anymore, the Barrow Knights. Again, phenomenal. There's nothing really more to say from my side of things other than to reassert that these are dead pretty. I'm a fan. I think, you know, again, just really beautiful. What I like is that there's a real kind of, they've chosen to go with a more kind of, again, more sort of slow motion pose. It looks more like these horses are almost kind of like
trotting along, aren't they?
Yeah. There's kind of like a kind of brutal inevitability to them that's sort of quite compelling, I think. And, the musician with the elaborate horn is, you know, really beautiful. The banner, again, phenomenal. Again, the old tatty banner is, just really great. It's a beautiful unit that really advances or evolves the concept of what these were before, but does so in a really interesting way. And again, I think it's just a great addition to the range. So really love it. I mean, what's your vibe on it?
I don't think they're quite as strong. I do like them, and it's both a criticism and something I love. But I think the horses look a bit silly. They're a bit derpy slightly. They just remind me of the old fantasy horses where they were literally just skeletons, and I think that is in part just because they're not hiding the skeletal structure of the horse under armor like they have done with the hero. They're sort of showing them off, and it just looks very odd. And again, it might be because they're not in a dynamic pose. They're sort of in that slow plodding pose. So on one hand, I can acknowledge that it looks a bit odd and silly, but at the same time, it tugs on the nostalgia that I have for the old army of fantasy. And actually, I've always loved those kind of classic skeletons that aren't wearing any armor at all. Very like Ray Harryhausen style. So actually, I kind of love it at the same time as acknowledging it looks a bit odd and people might not like it. But the guys on top, I think, look awesome. I love the equipment, like the musician and the banner guy, phenomenal. I think they're very cool. And as we mentioned, there's the current existing White King or White Lord on horse has the lance. So he would go in really well with these guys. If you wanted to run him still rather than wait for the newer kit. These are cool. I think they're very good.
No, I love them. I genuinely, I agree with you. They're not the strongest of the three things, but they are, I still think they hold up. We have the limited edition cover artwork, which is uniquely interesting in so much as I would say that the AOS limited edition covers so far, of which there has only really been, and I mean from like box sets, they've only done 2 box sets in 4th edition. They've done Gloomspite, and now they're doing these guys. I think both of them are really strong, but this one isn't as strong as what they did with the Gloomspite. I really loved the simple kind of clean black with the graphic image of the moon, or the sun rather.
Oh yes, I remember now. Yeah,
really, really awesome. This, though, it's an entirely original piece of artwork that they've created, obviously, for this particular box set. The gold trim and it looks gorgeous. It's a very nice looking cover and a great piece of art. I'm a big fan of that. I think the Stormcast Eternal cover really underwhelmed me. The Auric War Clans cover didn't blow me away either, but I'd say for the most part the AOS front covers or Codex artwork or Battle Tome artwork is really strong on the whole. I think the Skaven one looks really good. I think this looks really good. I can't remember what the Gloomspite one that isn't in the super duper box looks like, but whatever the case. And maybe they've not released an image of that yet, but
yeah, because it's not.
'cause I know
come out
there's
yet,
also,
so might be we've not seen it.
I know further down in this article there's the generic cover as well for SOULBLIGHT Gravelords. That is really cool as well, but we'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, that's the contents of that box set. And on the topic of generic SOULBLIGHT Gravelords, it wasn't enough to give us a new range of skeletons. They went, you know what? We also need to give you a new sculpt for probably one of the coolest hero miniatures that already existed. Like, I think most of us can universally agree that the Zombie Dragon and the Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, when it came into existence, was pretty incredible. But, I mean, the way that they have improved this miniature, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, how the hell have they made this thing even cooler? Like, it is... it's amazing, man. Like, what a... I don't know what to say other than I'm in awe. I think, the scale of this miniature is going to be absolutely incredible. But the sculpt, the pose... And again, like, we're not really even sort of seeing this in 3 dimensions at this point, right? Like, we're kind of still just getting that kind of face-on visual of it in all of the imagery. But you can tell there's so much, like, dynamic movement and incredible kind of posing, and the details are just immense. Like, this is... Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm looking for excuses not to pick up one of these. And when they confirmed that you could take a zombie dragon in, like, other factions as, like, a regiment of renown, I was like, if they let me take that in, like, either of my armies, either my Skaven or my Auric War clans, I might be tempted.
No, they said it was death only.
Yeah, no, I know. But one day maybe, Phil.
Yeah,
one day maybe.
Yeah, is it Prince Vaudry? I don't know how it's pronounced.
Yeah, Prince. Yeah, we just tried to pronounce it earlier when I was saying it in the case of Sean's army. Like Prince Vaudry or something like that.
Phenomenal. Mini. It's great. It's interesting because obviously, so our good friend Danvers, RFW_Danvers, I want to say. He did he's got 2 accounts, but that's his 40k one. But he did a phenomenal conversion of this using the Stormcast Dragon, and it's literally phenomenal. And it's basically, I didn't think that could be topped, but this is very close to that, if not actually doing it. It's a phenomenal sculpt, looks really good. The posing of it is really great. I love the fact that actually the wings are sort of pointed down and he's climbing over stuff. I feel like they've done that with another sort of dragon mini, or one of the, maybe the giant griff monsters, the Stormcast Executioner.
Yeah,
it's like a little,
the Lord Relector geezer on Stormcast
with
dragon
the cute
thing
little,
has kind of got that weird,
like almost like a crow monster with a little hood on him, where it's like climbing over, and the fact the wings are going down and they're not sort of upwards actually gives it a great silhouette, and also makes the model just feel really robust and solid as opposed to quite fragilely posed on a tiny bit of rock, for example. I think the only thing that they haven't necessarily, I don't know if they have confirmed or not, but it sounds like the generic Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon might be going, and that you're just getting a Zombie Dragon or the named character on Zombie Dragon, based on, I think, the live stream. So that'll be interesting to see if that sort of middle data sheet where you can have a generic Vampire Lord goes or not. Which would be a shame.
That would suck.
Which would be a shame.
Yeah.
But
I
could see them giving you the 2 options. And, I've always sort of complained about Nighthawk never having like a big monster. And the fact that technically I could just take the Zombie Dragon now for that army is very tempting. And it's just a phenomenal, gorgeous image. It's very cool.
Oh yeah. It's amazing, mate. Like, it's like, again, just, so good. And here it is in its regular kind of zombie dragon form. Again, actually really interesting when you see it without the rider and how it kind of shows off more of the kind of tattered, kind of withered details of the sculpt. It is phenomenal. It's super nice. And I think, again, there's all these like narratives about the rarity of these particular dragons and how they've, been sort of hunted down and killed off by the more kind of pure, loyal, order-based dragons of the Stormcast Eternals. Personally, I really don't like the dragon sculpts for the Stormcast Eternals. The only dragon sculpts I particularly enjoyed for Stormcast were the really old ones, like the Star Drake or whatever it was called, the really ridiculous big one that they did back in the day. They're new ones that they did. I dislike all of them, but then I think that's just linked to my disliking of Stormcast in the general sense. But again, it is one of those things where you look at it, because I know people kind of really enjoyed, is it Krondus or whatever he's called, like the new, and people were like, oh, he looks amazing. I was like, ugh. God, it looks awful. So yeah, there you go. Maybe I am not loving all things AOS in some regards, but like this, it's like, yeah, this is special. This is a very, very significantly cool.
It's a great
release.
glow up. The old model, I think, hasn't aged that great. It's still, I guess, when it came out.
Oh, I disagree. I think it's amazing still, but like, I get that a lot of that is now nostalgia, right? Like, you know, but this is superior in every tangible way. Really love it. And then last things last, we have a new Vampire Lord on a Nightmare Steed, which again, not loving the hair, I can't lie.
I love it.
I don't know, it's a bit
It's
too
very dynamic. They've done that on a lot of their sculpts, like the Warhammer, no, not the Warhammer Plus one. Some of the limited edition ones that they've done for vampires. They've got either hair turning into bats, for example, quite often.
Yeah, that was all right, but like this weird kind of like stick hair is just like, no. But you can have a bold option, which if I was to do this, he
looks quite, he looks particularly scary and menacing with the bald-headed version, and the axe, oh yeah. The axe and the sword are both great. Weirdly, so the one with the sword looks exactly like the not limited edition artwork. It's almost like if you took elements of both of them and then added flames to the sword, it is literally the artwork. Which is great to see. Yeah. Interesting that it's called a Nightmare Steed, because the Nightmares, I think, are the name of the horses from the Nighthaunt range as well, which are, slightly more ghostly, I guess, rather than this looks a bit more alive.
The Nightmare Steed was also quite a popular Magic the Gathering card back in the day. It was like a legendary rare where its power level was determined by, I can't remember if it was to do with the number of zombies or the number of swamps. Either way, it was a cool card. But that is a cool mini. And sincerely, again, like the idea that you could have like obviously people like Sean, for example, already have very large kind of cavalry-based collections of SOULBLIGHT Gravelords. I'd be really interested to hear his opinion on these when we see him this weekend, because again, for him, I know he's painted a lot of Graveguard, and I know he's painted White Lords,
he's mostly painted them under your insistence because they were really good. He could have not had many, and now he could have just painted them for the first time, but you force him to paint hundreds of them, Dan.
Well, I mean 20. I don't think that's hundreds, but like, but yeah, I'd be interested to hear his perspective on it, because I think, you know, ultimately they've been quite good in the fact that they're saying you can continue using the stuff you've got, which is cool. But yeah, I'd be interested to know what his thoughts are on whether he wants this. But I can see this guy alongside those Blood Knights.
Because they're new ones as well, the Blood Knights, aren't they? Yeah, and they were great models. I love how it turns it into like a little diorama with the Death Rattle skeletons coming up from the ground on the base. That just works so well. Yeah, it's really phenomenal. It's like I just look at the whole range and I really want to get them. However, it does feel like, oh no, am I doing yet another Death Cavalry army? I don't want to do that. That's the only thing that I think that would put me off slightly. Unless I lean more into the Barrow Guard on foot, perhaps.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think at the end of the day, maybe just buy the Zombie Dragon out of the gate and enjoy it, and just add that to your, and then go from there. But yeah, as Phil's already said, the cover artwork with the flaming sword and the kind of mix of Baldy and crazy hair. Again, the incorporation of the Death Rattles and the barrow guard, as it were. Just, yeah, again, absolutely stunning. Really beautiful piece of artwork. Again, really evocative, really engaging, super cool. Like, really great cover. Well done them. They did also, I suppose, announce the Spearhead, which would have been Phil's earlier confusion. So in the Spearhead, there's 20 Death Rattle, 10 Barrow Guard, 5 Barrow Knights, and a White Lord on foot. So again, really, really cool Spearhead selection. I mean, theoretically, you could pick up the Spearhead, pick up the box. You'd be quite a ways towards 2,000
Oh,
points,
easily,
just
yeah,
like
because that's a lot of points in that one.
Get those two. Get the dragon. It'll probably, if even by like GW prices, 120 for like the box set, 80 to 100 quid for this. We'll call it 80 for the sake of argument because I can't be bothered to do complicated max. So 200 quid there, and then the dragon will probably be 120ish. So there you go. You got like a whole new AOS army for 320 quid.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. What's interesting is the White King on foot is the very old fantasy mini that literally comes on a square base. No, it does, so I'm not complaining, but it is interesting that they're replacing a White Lord or White King on Steed because it's 2 years old with a new one, but then they're keeping an old mini that's probably more like 10 years old. Well, it will be because it's fantasy and AOS is 10 now, isn't it? Yeah. It's about that.
Yeah, it's like 9. No, it is 10. It'll be 10 this year.
So it's, I assume that was a sort of 8 for Ed mini. So still in its prime.
Indeed. And then last things last is the AOS roadmap, which is telling us that obviously we just had Auric War Clans. We'll do a review of that book at some point. The broad strokes are underwhelming. Gloomspite Gits, which are around the corner, seems super exciting. But again, probably not likely to be dramatically different from what Gloomspite are currently. Sort of like Gravelords are coming around the corner. Which is super cool. What's sort of weird about it is they use the terminology of the now being Soulblight Gravelords, which is evidently not true. They should really still have kind of been in the...
I mean, so that's similar to the 40k one where they were like, Krieg is now, and it's like, yes, for the limited edition box, but not for the general release of anything. So it will be interesting to know when that and Soulblight Gravelords actually comes out. On a sort of more general...
Sometime in the next 2 months, they're going to get. So I assume Soulblight Gravelords are going to come out before the end of Q1 25. And then coming next is Ideneth Deepkin and then Nighthawk, which I'm sure you'll be happy to hear about, Phil. So, again, heavily speculating that Ideneth won't get a great deal of support. They're probably going to just get like another hero sculpt because they already have a terrain piece. As far as I'm aware, they already have a manifestation law, or do they?
That's interesting. And actually, the trend this year has been a faction train piece and manifestations if they've not already got them. Yeah, a lot of the manifestations are more generic, like, oh, it's sort of death based rather than faction based. Because actually, no, I think Nighthorn do have some, but they're just awful. And actually, that was one of my complaints is some of the manifestation laws model wise aren't that great as sculpts. Maybe they don't. Yeah, I can't think of anything.
I'm just looking now. I don't know, Deepkin. Did they have a manifestation law of their very own? No, it doesn't look like they do, actually. So they do have a terrain piece, so they'll probably just get a manifestation law and maybe like another sort of token character. And Nighthorn, again, same kind of vibe. I imagine you'll probably get a piece of faction terrain, probably a nice little ghouly graveyard of some sort.
Does a little, mausoleum type graveyard thing would be nice, I think. Doesn't need to be anything else.
Well, it makes sense that, like, for the start of like their new financial year going into their kind of Q2, that these two releases can kind of get a little bit of love. I mean, again, It'd be nice that if they came along and gave a big kind of more impressive kind of monstrous miniature to Nighthawk, but that just probably isn't their archetype, which I'm okay with if that's the way it goes. And obviously you've got access to giants, you've got access to dragons now, so
yeah, I
really,
wouldn't mind a redo of the Forge World miniature that was sort of aligned for them. Yeah, it was like the Morghast, I want to say, and it was like a giant, Nighthawk Ghoul type mini. Which sort of felt very sort of thematic, basically, because obviously they are all ghosts, so why wouldn't you have like a giant ghost of some kind, or a monster that's, eating people's souls or whatever it might be. That would be cool. But as we've said plenty of times, as much as I want it, it doesn't mean that's the archetype of the army and that every army should have a big central big thing, although it does seem to be a bit of a trend that every army does get a big thing. And maybe their big thing is just a black coach, and that's their thing. And it's not a big monster.
Yeah, I mean, the black coach is fairly big, to be fair, but not...
It's big but fragile. I would like a big, chunky, robust miniature, but also on the tabletop in terms of rules-wise. Like, give me a big, scary monster to plonk down. Fair.
Well, you got a zombie dragon now.
Well, yes, I do. Yeah, that's the choice.
That's it. And then on the horizon, they've got Blades of Khorne, a strong contender for some updated minis. If we're seeing updated Graveguard, etc., very possible that we could see some new sculpts for some of the Blades of Khorne. Some of it is needed, but I mean, Blades of Khorne at the moment, they've got manifestations in their endless prayers, and they've also got a terrain piece already, so they're kind of well covered on those two fronts. It's just whether or not they decide to, things like their wrathmongers and their kind of like cultist type options possibly could do with a little bit of love.
Yeah, it sort of feels like it's a faction that they just don't care about, or they just maybe it's not popular enough for them to justify either redoing or caring too much about support for them.
I think it could be popular. Khorne is innately popular. Demons of Khorne, the Bloodthirsters, they're cool miniatures, man. Like, people like Khorne. I mean, even though they're not technically a particularly strong army at the moment, I see them very well represented at events. People like Bloodthirsters. People like, I've played a lot of Blades of Khorne over the last, year. But yeah, KO, the Cadron Overlords, again, probably get manifestation, probably just get...
Well, they won't get manifestation because they don't do magic, but they might get some equivalent of a manifestation. It might be a prayer, endless prayers, something like that.
Much like the Blades of Khorne, much like the Fire Slayers. So, similar kind of vibe there. And then Daughters of Cain, probably one of the most likely contenders to get considerable range refresh.
Yeah, because they teased the Crone, that model, the story arc at the end of the last edition, and that was very much a brand new aesthetic for the Daughters of Cain. There's like a sort of a new sub-faction within it, much like how Death Rattle is a sub-faction of SOULBLIGHT Gravelords. So yeah, I would expect to see more of those minis this edition for them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see like the I forget what they call them in the actual thing, but like the old witches and the cavalry units. I think those are going to likely get some attention because they're
a lot of them are old fantasy models, aren't they? Yeah. So I could see them ditching those to go to fantasy and reappear as redone AOSified minis.
Yeah, and I'd love that. I'd love the idea of the kind of two sides of them. I think, again, if they had like a crone-based thing, and then they had the Marathi, snake lady stuff on the other side as well. And I think the two sides of it would be cool. So if you had more of a kind of crow side and a snake side, I think that'd be a really interesting juxtaposition.
Very yin and yang.
And I'm there for it. I think that'd be super cool. And then the thing they kind of teased at the end is Chaos Dwarves, or at least it's heavily presumed that that's the case. Lord only knows what it actually is, but it's pretty heavily rumoured that it's going to be Chaos Dwarves, which would be exciting. And I think actually Chaos Dwarves could be the thing to get people to pay attention to this again in a pretty meaningful way. I think Chaos Dwarves carry such gravitas and such sort of significance that if they deliver a really beautiful range of Chaos Dwarves, you could see people double taking and thinking, "Ooh, what's going on with this AOS stuff?" Because they have the potential to be really cool. But we will see, won't we? I mean, I would assume. I don't know. I would guess you probably have mixed emotions because you've recently gone all in on Chaos Dwarves for fantasy
and Blood Bowl. And Blood Bowl. Chaos Dwarves is sort of like an old love that I've never actually got to purchase until recently. So yeah, an odd one, but at the same time, I don't mind. Like, I think they would be really cool and interesting. It depends which sort of aesthetic direction they go in. If it's lots of sort of artillery and sort of, much like the sort of Forge World look and feel, or even if it's like the aesthetic of the big hats from the Blood Bowl side, which are clearly the newest sort of iteration of big hat Chaos Dwarves, I think that would look very good because those models looked phenomenal. It's interesting because obviously we've seen some, because Hashut is the god that they worship, you've seen some Hashut cultists in the form of Underworld Iron Golems, and I think some of the Warcry characters as well. Basically, you got these sort of bullhorned, helmeted minis. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see the direction that they do with them. If there's some sort of bull centaur stuff that could potentially tie in with Kragnos, or the hobgoblins, which tie in with the Crawl Boys. So there's lots of elements they could do, but yeah, if you give me lots of really cool, interesting artillery pieces, I would be quite tempted to get those as a range. So it'd be really interesting to see what they do.
Yeah, I'd love to see dwarves or Chaos Dwarves lean more into those kind of war machine elements. I think that would be a super fun thing for them to kind of bring to life. I think they don't. I mean, Khazron Overlords actually have quite a good kind of war machine component to their army, which is
they're just not very good.
But they really they're not very well right now. But it's always swings and roundabouts. They've been good; they'll be good again. They just aren't right now. But I think that's the thing. Like, I love that archetype for Khazron Overlords. I think it's super fun, and I'd love to see it expressed again. And I think dwarves make sense, and I think it would be cool if, where the Khazron Overlords are utilizing mobility and speed to essentially, pick off things and find positions and do damage at range. I kind of like the idea of these guys just being like an icebreaker or a battering ram type thing, where it's more of a kind of brute force element where they can kind of almost establish like a really aggressive foothold. It'd be great, like the idea of having an army that could sort of establish itself as in an almost like fortress type way, in the almost like towards like the middle of the board, and really kind of disrupt how people kind of play and manage things. I think it would be really cool. And again, if they lean into like certain like range mechanics, I think there could be some really cool stuff.
Yeah, I'd almost quite like them to, because obviously Khazron Overlord's like King of the Skies. Fire Slayers, King of the Volcanoes. I guess they're sort of underground and miney to an extent. But I'd almost love the Chaos Dwarves to be like King of the Ground and sort of almost have like termite drills and all sorts of sort of underground mechanics to sort of pop up from around the board, rather than just be a more traditional sort of shooting on the ground, surface level stuff.
I think the rumour was they're going quite clockworky, is what they were saying.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds awful, but I hope if they do that, they will do it well.
It'll be like TikTok from the from Return to Oz.
I mean, he's a lovely boy.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that'd be brilliant. Like every one of them, every unit comes with a Dorothy that has to wind them up.
Yeah, because they did have, I think, some kind of mechanical beast, I want to say, in the Total War game, or...
maybe I didn't. I unfortunately haven't really spent much time with that.
I can't quite remember. Or there is some kind of they've got some like elemental stuff in there, and they're very magic heavy, and they're very engineer sort of heavy in terms of like infernal machines. So you might get sort of demon engine type stuff, which could be really interesting as well. I'd love to see them. Who knows when they come out? I guess sort of soon-ish, maybe, if they're teasing it. So, well, soon as in this
End
year.
of the year.
Yeah, this year for sure.
Yeah. It'll probably be by like sort of September time, but who knows? Anyway, that was AOS in all of its lovely glory. Well done on their beautiful Skelly minis, as well as obviously the incredible vampires and dragons and things. Excited to see what comes down the pipeline. But yeah, pretty solid set of reviews, I'd say. Final thoughts?
It was all phenomenal. I loved it all, and I'm struggling to not purchase it.
There we go. Transitional noise. Hey everyone, in this part of the podcast we're going to talk through all the different things that were announced as part of the Specialist Game Studio. So that's Warhammer the Old World, Necromunda, and Horus Heresy. There you go. I know what things are, don't I, Phil?
Yeah, they're all the things.
All the things. No Blood Bowl, though. No Blood Bowl. Unbelievable. No Adeptus Titanicus, or whatever it was.
Imperialis.
Imperialis. Whatever happened to that, eh?
No, it's still going. Still going.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They just did Dark Mechanicum or whatever it was for that. Yeah. Anyway, so, yeah, Specialist Game Studios are continuing to smash out quality releases, and there is no finer example of this than Warhammer the Old World. Although, to be fair, in the case of the Old World, it's just obviously a series of re-releases for the most part. And we were hit with a beautiful reveal for the High Elves. Now, I'm going to assume that the majority of our listeners have some affinity, awareness, or prior exposure to High Elves. But if you don't, they are essentially elder in the fantasy world, and they were synonymous for being dead good. That's kind of the way the elves go. They're one of those elements of the Warhammer hobby that is a kind of constant. Elves be good. Who would have funked it, right? Yeah,
no matter what setting, they're always good. And the progenitor for that was High Elves.
Absolutely. Very pristine, pretty looking, lads and ladies, all in their gleaming white armour, causing no end of mischief. They were consistently a bane in the world of fantasy gameplay. But again, a gorgeous range, and evidently this is personified in this fabulous new army box set that you can gain access to. Again, that to be said, Warhammer the Old World, even though, it's a lot of old miniatures, the value proposition here is actually very, very strong. What you're seeing here represents a pretty significant portion of your potential high elf army. And again, this plus a few additional bits, maybe some bolt throwers, a dragon or two, an eagle, some other on-foot heroes, you're pretty much there. I mean, it's a pretty compelling offer in terms of the kind of barrier to entry, albeit you obviously have to deal with some more advanced modelling techniques if you're dealing with some of the resins or even some of the metal sculpts. And definitely the old kits have a number of nuances to them that the modern plastics have definitely seen themselves around. But yeah, for the whole, I think it looks like a great box set. I mean, what's your vibe on the elves, Phil?
I mean, they're elves, so they're my sworn enemy if I'm a dwarf player. So that's it. So I don't like them on that front, but they're still great models. It's great that they're back in the game. I think when Old World first came out, I was very critical of the box price of the launch box. But the actual army boxes, since I've very much gone, well, these actually are really good value for money for the sheer volume of stuff you get in them. Obviously, I think the biggest hurdle is the sheer number of minis you've got to assemble and paint. Yeah. But actually, the upside of that is there's a lot less sort of detail and sort of stuff on those minis, whereas if it was an AOS mini, it's your bog standard guy is going to have pouches, satchels, all sorts of daggers and gubbins on them that you can't just very easily paint. Whereas the bog standard models in fantasy, I think, are a lot more streamlined and it would be a lot easier to sort of army paint.
For sure.
So actually it has got sort of a lot of pros, even though the sheer volume of models does seem like a con. And when you do see them ranked up, I do think that just looks phenomenal. And I don't know if it is just nostalgia, but it just does something to my brain that just goes, well, this looks like an army and this is gorgeous. Whereas AOS and, even 40k, because they're they just feel so much more skirmishy. Whereas fantasy does have that quintessential army feel to it. That the only other thing that really does that is the Legions Imperialis that we just mentioned, because it's the scale and showing the whole scope of the army in a way that the sort of the mainline games just don't do.
Yeah, I think there is definitely something to be said for that kind of rank and flank presentation. I think obviously because of so much media showcasing kind of historic, Napoleonic, or even kind of, Roman era kind of warfare, you just become very kind of aware of this type of it's
sort of baked into
combat.
The zeitgeist, I think, of this is how it should be done. This is what real war games are like.
Absolutely. It's proper. It's proper. They've got their Arcane Journal. No idea what that is delving into particularly, but it's got a cover. Not the best cover I've ever seen ever, but perfectly serviceable. To be honest with you, I don't really... It's a bit of a miss, that particular cover, but whatever. It's, perfectly noble and elfy in so many ways. No idea what it's really kind of about necessarily and who this kind of central figure is, but...
she's one of the new characters down below.
Oh, fine.
So we'll get to that in a moment. I do love the art style of these covers. I think they look great, and they're all very consistent as well. Clearly the same artist, or if it's not the same artist doing all of them, the artists are all working on all sort of design, being briefed to do the design of the same style, which does make me think it's probably all one person. But even if you don't I like it. It's serviceable.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's just, it's very static, and I mean, it's fine. I know they've got a lot of
they're all very much armies lining up to do battle, rather than which is sort of what fantasy is. Like we were just saying, it is just ranks of stuff lining up against each other. It's less about the individual hero swinging his sword around and stuff like that. So I sort of like the sort of more army focus that these arcade journals are giving you, like from a design point of view.
Yeah, I agree. I think again, if I remember correctly, the Tomb King one was a bit more dynamic in some of its presentation, but whatever. It's fine. And, we'll have lots of fun stuff in it. Transfer sheet, which is cool to see. Lots of variety there. So definitely lots of cool ways of representing all the different options there. New hero sculpt with a very noble stance. Looks cool. It's very, again, kind of cartoony and old-timey-wimey, but at the same time works quite well. I think, again, this will definitely fit in to the ranks of your elf infantry and look suitably noble and suitably imposing. So, it's evident that this is a man of some, social stature. He's got a lion dead on his shoulders, so that, probably doesn't hurt. He looks cool. Not really much to add to that other than be pretty nice. I mean, what's your vibe on the new hero, the Lord of Horus?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's really doing it for me, and I think some of the new sculpts are actually really good, but I think this, in a way, they are hampered because they have to be designed to work with the older sculpts, so they do have a slightly retro charm to them, so they feel a bit more like heroic scale in comparison to what you'd get in AOS and 40k, where they sort of feel more true scale nowadays. In terms of the sculpting style. So yeah, this one doesn't particularly do it for me, but I think the next one's much better in terms of its sort of the dynamic pose and just what it looks like.
You mean Isha Vass, Sentinel of the Silent Isle?
Yeah, she's really cool. Fun fact that I saw on Facebook, because I follow Mark Gibbons, he illustrated this character, I think it was 10 or 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
He did the original sketch of it that was in this sort of pose. and they've sort of finally recreated they've created the character based on that, or the model at least. Maybe the character's always existed. I don't know.
Typically, I love Mark Gibbons' artwork, so it's difficult for me to say that I'm not overly impressed by the mini, but I think, you know, a lot of that can obviously, as we've said multiple times, be a product of photography and also a product of kind of the paint job. I think, you know, it's weird that the character has such a kind of gaunt face, like it's so kind of like weirdly skeletal almost. And again, I think that's sort of potentially something they were going for, because she's obviously got this
injured eye.
You know, injured eye, and potentially, I suppose, other kind of issues. I mean, maybe she, you know, had a face mold in such a way as that makes sense that maybe her jaw is hanging off in a certain kind of way and all the rest of it. Because yeah, like they've really gone for a very kind of deep shadow in the jawline, and I've no idea what the heck is going on with her shoulders. Like there's a lot of junk going on around those, and I'm not really sure what's happening.
I assume that's like the armor that she's wearing, right, and the cloaks. I think in a way, yeah, the silhouette, the angle of the photo doesn't do it necessarily justice, because the spear is sort of covering it sort of can't see the spear very well because the body's behind it. Whereas when you see it sort of in person, I don't think that will be a problem. It's super dynamic pose for a fantasy mini, actually, because a lot of them are designed to be just standing tall like the last one, because you need to fit it within your unit as a whole. So yeah, it's kind of cool that this one's maybe designed for more of a skirmish unit, or maybe will be standalone and apart from a unit. I don't know, or maybe because of the bigger bases she'll fit in fine regardless of the more dynamic pose.
Yeah, I think she probably will fit in fine, but I'm not a huge fan of it, but I get that, you know, again, I'm sure if I actually went back and looked at the actual Gibbons artwork, I'd probably be like, oh, I've got a new affinity for her, because I do tend to love his stuff, especially his elf stuff. He does good work on that front. And then beyond that, it's essentially just a selection of miniatures from the olden days that probably don't need to be spoken about in huge levels of detail. The Reavers, the cavalry unit, I mean, looks gorgeous here with this paint job. Really cool, nostalgic old unit brought back to life. Looks great. Can easily see why you'd want to collect and own those. These dragons were pretty cool at the time, but definitely haven't aged as well as some other things. It's intriguing as well, the base size that they are obviously coming on, because that is quite small versus modern kind of dragon bases that we've seen for other old world armies. Again, I understand that there's a certain nostalgia for this stuff, and this was the miniatures of old, and as I say, definitely back in the day it kind of had its place, but yeah, this really shows its age over time. Again, if you're nostalgic for it and you like it, I'm sure you like it still. But for me, it's like I never really got on very well with these particular dragon kits, and yeah, I'm definitely not a convert now. But I don't know. What do you reckon? You got much nostalgia for these old dragons?
Yeah, sort of weirdly, much like when we're talking about the Death skeletons and the horses that were a bit silly looking, but they look like the old skeletons, so I have an affinity for them. These look a bit silly and very old, but at the same time they look quintessentially fantasy, so I kind of like them, even though they are a bit silly. But then it's like I bloody well love all the Chaos Dwarves and the big silly hats, even though there's the lovely Forge World sculpts. It's like the sort of quintessential sort of 90s vibe era of, like, I think 4th and 5th edition fantasy, I want to say, to me was my era, so this to sort of harken back to that sort of period.
Well, this was more...
This would have been later, but the style is still, and the painting style still feels like of that time.
Fair. Similarly, we've got the kind of eagles, same kind of deal. I mean, you've seen eagles for years and years. It's an old kit, but it definitely has a charm to it. What I really quite like is some of these hero sculpts that they are bringing out. So, like the sorcerers, or the wizards rather, the hero, the banner or the battle standard bearer, the hero on horse, the wizards, the guy kind of sat atop a pile of rocks. Yeah, the old elf hero minis are pretty cool for the most part, and maintain that kind of vibe. And again, you're going to get the old clamshell plastic geezer.
Yeah, the guy at the end with the sort of fireball.
Yeah.
He is so much like the Lumineth Realm Lords, and obviously the Lumineth are the AOSified version of the High Elves. But this guy is very quintessentially like they've taken his design aesthetics with like the moon symbol on his helmet and the sort of more samurai style sort of armor, and you can tell like that's the direction that they went in with it, more so than like some of the others. So it's cool to sort of see and go, oh yeah, they have, you know, taken those little design cues and elements with like the plumes and the moon and so some of those stuff. Yeah, it's really good to see. And some of those sculpts hold up better than others, I would say. Yeah.
I mean, beyond that, it's just a bunch of old High Elf stuff that if you know High Elves, you know already. It's cool that they're bringing back the Shadow Warriors because those are a really cool kit. Big fan of that. We've got this,
which ones are the Shadow Warriors?
They're these skirmishers with the hand weapons and bows. So you can see them.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, they're really cool kit.
With the sort of masked helmets, which is...
Yes, correct, yeah. Yeah, they were introduced in 8th edition High Elves and very, very, very cool sort of skirmishing unit. Again, you've got here kind of almost like the Hawk chariots and the repeater bolt throwers. You've got other kind of chariot variants as well. So yeah, I think on the whole, it's pretty universally understood that the High Elves represent a pretty amazing range and are definitely kind of beloved by fans of Warhammer Fantasy. No Prince Tyrion, which is interesting because I love that sculpt, and it was odd that it was absent from this release.
Is it because a lot of the time they've not done old characters because they technically weren't around in the setting, but elves live almost forever, so you would have thought he could have been, unless he wasn't just born then, because...
Or maybe he just was off somewhere else at that time.
Off somewhere else, and, so who knows... Or, because you've seen it with some of the dwarf stuff, so, what's his name? The engineer, oh god, it's gone. But the
engineer.
There was a named engineer that was actually from the, original, game, and they brought back a younger version of him, and they've only just recently released that in resin, or I think it's on pre-order maybe at the moment, so, so some character models might be coming later and they might be redoing them. So quite often the releases are somewhat staggered. Like you'll get an initial wave and then they do, because they haven't announced any like made to order stuff where they go, here's the nostalgia range of High Elves, which we might get, or might see some of the older like High Elves on dragons, for example, from the more fourth ed style. So that'll be interesting to see what they come up with for those.
Well, if they give us a Lord Tyrion, not Lord Tyrion, Lord Tyrion, whatever his name is. Yeah, sorry, I get confused now because I still keep thinking I'm talking about the guy from Game of Thrones. If they give us that guy, I'm probably going to pick him up just because he's such a kind of iconic old mini. Also, on the topic of Old World, we also had a reveal of the Beastman kind of shaman models. So this is truly actually a really cool sculpt. I think this Beastman mini and his strange accomplice is almost like Gollum-esque companion is really cool. And again, obviously it's a real shame that Beastmen are leaving AOS, but it feels like they're going to a great place in Old World and definitely getting a lot of really great love and hopefully support in the Old World range. And I want to see that for the Beastmen, that they find a really good place and are given a lot of kind of, love and appreciation in that particular space. Because I think they did okay by them in the terms of Age of Sigmar. Like, they've got manifestations, they've got a terrain piece. So they're quite a fully
that
fleshed
was
out.
like it though. Like they didn't. Did they get any new units? They got one new
they got
character
characters
for sure.
Yeah, they got characters. They got a few bits and pieces. It felt like, had it not been for them moving over to Old World, that they were probably on the verge of a range refresh. But hopefully, in the round with Old, they'll get some. Because this is a great start.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if because I think they only did one character. I could be wrong, but they definitely did a character for the old. For Age of Sigmar. Be interesting to see if they bring that model over into Fantasy and they just give you a square base for him, or if they'd be like, no, that one's just gone.
I think they've already done it. I think they've already moved it over, but maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, so it's cool to see the Beastmen. I'm excited that they're on the horizon. And yeah, it's obviously they're stating here in their kind of future planning and kind of upcoming doc we have. Yeah, the roadmap, thank you. Obviously, we now have Bretonnians, we have Tomb Kings, we have Orcs and Goblins, we have the Empire, which was a great release and hopefully doing really well for GW right now as they're kind of pushing that one at the moment. Warriors of Chaos, the Dwarves, High Elves, obviously revealed, but no clear indication on when they're going to come, but probably very soon. Beastmen around the corner, as are Wood Elves, and the Wood Elves are a gorgeous range, so it's going to be awesome to see them coming also. And then we have the kind of grayed out faction, which I have actually no idea what it is. Do you know what it is?
Yes, but before I reveal that tease from what the internet sleuths have worked out, isn't it amazing that basically within a year of the Old World coming out, they would have released all the armies for that faction, unlike 40k, which will be towards the end of the edition where they're all the codex. Admittedly, it's a lot less in terms of its numbers, but actually the rate that they've rattled them out for Old World's been actually really impressive.
Well, I think the thing is with Old World is technically they released them all at the start. I mean, all the rules for all these factions are in the book.
True, but yes, you've got the models have come out to support them, and you've also had the arcane journals, which are more like their codexes, even though they're technically not.
Yeah, they're not codexes. They're very, very.
They're like additions. They're like supplements for each one.
Like they're a very different proposition. Yeah, it's just going to be interesting what the timeline will be on Old World now, though, because if they get to this point where they go, okay, cool, here's all the stuff, are they there? I'm really intrigued what the future of Old World will be, because are they now just going to get these things out and then slowly over time start releasing new things? Because here's the thing I always think, it's like, does everything need to be 40k? Does everything need a 3 month or 3 year, release cycle? Or can Old World just stand as a constant? Now, I acknowledge that a lot of the people who play it will say that really it needs some tweaks because gameplay-wise it's a bit wibbly, shall we say. Sorry, excuse me. But, yeah, it's just one of those things where, yeah, because if it is that, like you asserted, that they're going to have most of their factions out by the end of this year, it becomes one of those things where it's like, well, so what is the future for this, and what does it look like?
Other than going, here's some new factions. Yeah, I really hope they don't do the 3 year cycle, because the one good thing currently about specialist games is that they're not on that. And if Heresy is on a 3 year cycle, that will really
which it is, bum
me out, because I don't want it to be. And it's like, yeah, because they did it once for Blood Bowl, but they've never really. They've done it in a good way, I think, with Necromunda, and maybe Necromunda players will disagree with me on it. But it's like every few years they've given you a brand new box, and here's the gateway into the game, and they've gone, here's a new setting. So you've gone from the Underhive to the Ash Waste, and now you're going into another hive. And I think that's all good, but they haven't really ever rewritten the rules. Some bits have, not been invalidated, but that's very minor. But it does feel like it's just a lot of stuff to get into. And in a way, I would rather that than having to rebuy my gang book every 3 years, because they're just changing the rules for the sake of rules' sake, or the sake of change sake. So yeah, if you've got ending up with 4 premium, game systems, so you've got 40k, Age of Sigmar, Old World, and Heresy. that should be the justification that they all go to a 4-year cycle, which if they do that is slightly more manageable. And I think people will prefer that because you do need that kind of more breathing space for each edition. Personally, I think something like 5 years might be even better.
I personally think, like, look, 40k is 40k. You have to kind of constantly release 40k because that's what the market demands, because that's where GW prints money. So I get that, and like, you do that for 40k, fill your boots, but everything else doesn't have the same sort of thing. I think most of these games would do better just to be kind of left to sort of consistently grow and build over longer timelines. But
I think Heresy 1, the first edition, did really well, and that was like a 10-year thing before they updated it.
Oh, yeah.
And if they had just kept releasing black books to increase the sort of the units or the story elements to it, people would have been fine with that. I don't think people were really desperate for like a new edition, but people were very good at sort of homebrewing and sort of fixing things where it was needing to be done. And yeah, are there maybe tweaks in the old world that are needed? Cool, but can we just get some FAQs to do that, or a supplement that does that, rather than completely redoing the edition? It's like, I've only just bought the big book for the old world. I don't want that to be invalidated immediately. I want those tomes to live with me for a while, so they are sort of treasured possessions, and the edition becomes, I don't know, something more than what it is. Whereas the 40k editions are almost meaningless at this point because they're so quick, and before you even get the hang of it, there's another one coming in another year's time, for example. So I think
I do agree with that.
I think a longer time period to sort of sit and brew and stew and play with those editions makes those editions more impactful. So then when the changes come, people actually want those changes.
Yeah, but the problem is they don't make as much money if they do that, do they? So it just becomes,
true.
Yeah.
And in terms of the reveal,
what is it, Phil?
it's cafe. So if you zoom in on it, it's basically people have matched up the artwork.
I can't zoom in on it, but it's fine. Yeah.
It's I think it's like a ship or something. But yeah, basically cafe, which is effectively China in the old world,
Nice.
which has a full army in Total War. And the interesting thing about the Total War one is the devs basically said that I think it was Games Workshop, I presume, that produced it, basically did an 8th ed army book for them and basically treated the army as if it was a fantasy army rather than a digital game army. So they looked at it much more so in theory, everything in Total War could be valid units just ready to go, not from a design point of view, but from a from a concept point of view. So it seems like they've done a lot of that groundwork already for it. So that would be really interesting. And obviously Kislev was the other one that they teased along with Cafe at the very start of the sort of the initial road to the old world, before the old world was coming about, and then they sort of announced that they were changing their mind and those things weren't coming. So Kislev is another strong proposition as a new faction that could come out at some point down the line. Obviously you've still got the Legends units, the Chaos Dwarves, for example, SOULBLIGHT Gravelords, or whatever their fancy equivalent was called. Vampire Counts, that's it, yeah. So you've got those as prospects, but maybe they will forever just be separate because of Age of Sigmar and the more recent model lines that will be coming out for them.
Indeed. Cool, so that's Warhammer the Old World. Looks cool. Excited to see it. I'm enjoying, it from a kind of Tomb King perspective at the moment. And yeah, definitely keen to try and play more of it this year. Next is Necromunda. Again, I'm just going to rattle through this because, truth be told, I kind of getting towards the late evening and I want to go to bed. This is Ash Waste Nomads. So basically new kind of elite Ash Waste Nomads for use in your games of Necromunda. Obviously, GW has somewhat migrated away from the Ash Waste kind of gameplay experience that was made available a few years ago, but still the Ash Waste Nomads have become a really beloved faction because they're just really cool minis and they ride around on big bugs, and there's something inherently awesome about that. So yeah, they've decided that obviously they want to keep supporting it as they go into the Underhive and do all the crazy stuff that they're doing in the broader Necromunda world. And these minis, much as has been the case for the Nomads, are really cool. They're very melee focused. The idea is that they kind of pop out from the sandy dunes and start, smashing stuff up.
Somewhat inspired, even the name Shadar Hunters, very, very Dune-esque.
I don't know what you're talking about, Phil. It's an entirely original idea.
Yeah.
How dare you?
No one has watched some recent movies or read the books and been inspired in any way, shape, or form.
No.
I mean, the minis are
originally.
Yeah, the minis are okay. They're not really selling it to me, but then, I don't know.
I like the Nomads. I think they're super cool. But
the Nomads on bugs were phenomenal. I really like those. The on-foot ones haven't gripped me in quite the same way as the bug ones, but maybe I just love the bug things more.
Yeah, the on-foot ones are, the original ones are really cool. These elite ones are also nice as well, but I'd be intrigued to know how kind of flexible they are as a kit. It seems like they're quite one-dimensional, which is fine. It's just, is what it is.
It's interesting that they're doing more Ash Waste stuff, but then actually all of the recent squat releases were all for Ash Waste and not for I can't remember what it's called. The Underhive.
Yeah, the whatever the dark thing is. Yeah. They've also got these worm creatures that accompany them and probably cause all sorts of havoc. So, your tremor babies that come along and cause a ruckus, which is great to see.
Yeah, they really remind me of the Necron Tombstalkers. I think they're called Tombstalkers. The Forge World kits, which I always wish I bought because that was phenomenal. And that was one of the few models that really made me want to do Necrons years and years ago. Very similar vibe, which, I don't know if that's deliberate or not, but maybe it's a nice little nod to that mini, as maybe the Necron saw these guys and did some designs based on them.
Indeed. That's a nice, insectoid creature. I'll have that.
Yeah.
They've also done upgrades for the standard Nomad minis, which is cool. Some of the head sculpts are really nice, and the weapon loadouts are really interesting. I was about to start, actually, at some point, building my own kind of Nomad gang from the contents of the original Ash Waste box. So I might pick this up and spruce them up a bit, which is cool to see. And we also got the Tribes of the Wastelands book, which, according to the people doing this reveal, is told from the perspective of people observing the Nomads, which is fun to
that was a very cool kind of concept, and I think that's what they sort of used to do for Tyranids in older editions, and then they sort of stopped doing that, and they've just done it more from like a God's Eye point of view, where it's just recounting what they've done. But this is cool. I like the concept of like almost like codexes for the gangs. I think that's really cool and interesting. So it's good that they're getting the support that they need.
And they are also giving us a new piece of Necromunda terrain in the form of an armoured, whatever the hell those tent things that sit above the surface are.
Sort of a little hab block. So this is the Thatos pattern fortified hub module. So, I guess hubs is what the other things were, which were very kind of cool and novel designs. This one looks really cool.
I think this mini, or rather this kit, will look phenomenal when complemented by some Sector Mechanicus and other kind of components. I think this
screams 40k Bastion.
Yeah, this in isolation looks a bit weird, but I think when you start to consider the conversion potential or the kit bashing potential with other ranges of terrain, albeit very expensive terrain, I think you'll really see this come to life. But as it is, it looks a bit, it's exceptionally top heavy. It's sort of a weird thing in isolation, but whatever. I think, ultimately it's cool to have yet more customization and options for the range of Necromunda terrain. Again, if you are, able to find the time and have the money to spend, there is some exceptional things that you can accomplish with these terrain kits. They are truly limitless in their potential. You just have to have the relative income to be able to justify their extraordinary expense, because Lord knows they're pricey.
Yeah, what was funny in the live stream, Nick was saying, oh yeah, they come with a bunch of weapons, but yeah, there's no rules for that in the game, so just do what you want. And it's like, that's unusual, but that's also very, specialist game studio of them to do that sort of thing. Do it yourself. Work out what it is.
Work it out. It's a gun. You can shoot it now and again, maybe.
Yeah.
And then they're also giving us more Zone Mortalis stuff, which already exists as far as I'm aware. But
it was odd in the preview when I saw this, because I was like, haven't we had this already? But in the article, it says you get 3 boxes of that in one, basically. So it's like a sort of bundle deal.
Well, hopefully it's an affordable bundle deal and not something where they're going, yes, it's just that times 3.
No. Well, so to be fair, when they did the Legions Imperialis one, I can't remember what the kit. I think it was. Oh yeah, it was the sort of Manufactorum stuff with the cranes and the containers. You got, I think, 4 sets. And it was vastly discounted. So if you bought it from a third-party retailer, you got it almost for like the price of 1 or 2 of the boxes. You would have got from Games Workshop. You got 4 of the kits. So that was actually really good value for money, which I don't think I bought, sadly, because it was like, it's just a lot of kits. But it did look very good.
No, look, Necromunda is always the game that I look at and think to myself, why am I not playing it? Because, and again, I've got the collection. I can look to my right and see a bunch of Necromunda stuff that I've bought. I just haven't gotten around to do. So maybe 2025 is my year. I doubt it. I'm very Skaven focused at the moment, but we'll see.
Yeah,
you never know.
I say every year we should just pick a specialist game to play for that year in addition to the other stuff. Unfortunately, the other stuff being 40k and AOS just takes up all our time.
Yeah, that's basically the
problem.
this
podcast.
And this podcast.
For listeners at home, it's their fault we don't get to play such glorious games like Necromunda.
Exactly. We could have been, anyway, is what it is. And then lastly, there's a new robot for Mechanicus in Horus Heresy. I don't know enough to tell you exactly what's different about it, but it looks like it's got a big gun on its shoulder and some kind of like laser cutter, punchy fist thing that's like a new addition. So
yeah, the arm I think is new. I think the laser cannon, the shoulder mounted thing, I think there was a variant with that, but I'm not entirely sure.
Know, Phil. This is the problem right now. We're just diving into stuff that we just don't get in any way, shape, or form. But it looks cool. That's all I can really say about it. It's a freaking cool robot. Although
now in plastic.
Now in plastic. I was talking to Joe about this because he's built a few of them.
Oh, he knows.
And he was like, I hate these things in so much as I love them, but putting them together is just an absolute nightmare.
I've seen quite a few people actually miss resin miniatures. I'm one of them myself because I've seen people work on the newer plastic Heresy kits and they've gone, it's just so many parts to do something. I think it was someone was complaining recently about like one of the power fists, and it's like, it's like 5 different bits to make this one power fist. But in resin, that would literally just be one piece. You would clip off a gate and then clean up the seam lines on it, and you're done. Whereas, the plastic equivalents are just a bit of a pain to build.
Yeah, I mean, again, great looking stuff, but just, at the end of the day...
It's for trade-off, to make it cheaper, basically.
Yeah, but it's not even that cheaper, really. It's sort of like...
it's cheaper, but not cheap enough that in terms of what you'd have expected it to be.
It's almost like if you do that kind of cost to time kind of index, really, actually paying the extra 50 quid for the resin is probably actually worth it in the grand scheme of things.
Quite possibly.
It depends, obviously, what your hourly rate comes in at. Anyway, there we go. That was the specialist game stuff. Look, Old World continuing to go from strength to strength. Looks amazing. Really keen to get more games of it in. Seems super fun. Necromunda, again, strength for strength. Looks phenomenal. Great range of minis. Love it. Wish I had more time to play it. And Heresy is just fantastic as well. Not a particularly significant release, given the fact that it's basically just a variant of something that has already been out there. It's kind of like last time where they went, look, it's missiles for a Deradeo. Oh, great. Woo. But yeah, look, on the whole, it can't all be home runs when it comes to this stuff. But it's not that I dislike any of this stuff by any stretch of imagination, but, understandably, it's a bit lighter than the Emperor's Children and what's going on with AOS. But yeah, on the whole, I'd say it was a good set of reveals. Decent, I would say.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Obviously, we would always love it if it's a huge range of minis to be shown off, but that can't always be the case. And obviously, I guess in this regard, you got the High Elves being the big chunk of releases, even though a lot of them are old sculpts. But it's like, yeah, it's still good.
Decent. Nice. All right, well, that's enough of that. Transitional noise. Oh, God, I've dropped things. Ah! Well, that might be a problem, actually. Come here, you. Oh, no, you're all right. The lid did stay on. Thank God. I could have just spilt a load of streaking grime everywhere.
Oh, no. I think I did that one time. It was quite messy.
Yeah, no, it is notoriously messy, this stuff. Anyway, right. Outro. All right, that's the end of episode 196, although you know better than that. It is, of course... the outro. Although it won't be a long outro, I can't lie, because this episode's already taken long enough already. Me and Phil are going to Warhammer World this weekend, so as a result, I have less time to edit than I normally do. Plus, I didn't actually get much time to record the week before because of my dad's funeral. So basically, what we're saying is that this will be short because reasons. Fun, isn't it, Phil?
Well, not for you, but fun for me, maybe. Not because of you.
This weekend will be fun, Phil.
Oh, yeah, our weekend, of course. Yes, our weekend, of course, will be fun.
It'll be incredibly entertaining. I'm excited. I'm really excited. I love a Warhammer World weekend, Phil. It is a great occasion. And obviously, I'm excited to get back into the swing of it. I'm excited to play AOS. I'm excited to play doubles. I'm going to be going with Richie, and me and Richie have a high percentage of success within the doubles format. It's been a while.
You've got a strong list.
I think our list, if I'm honest with you, I actually think our list is a little bit too strong, which I know is going to sound ridiculous when I come back and say I lost every game, but it does feel like it's actually quite good.
I think it's got a good chance to do well.
I think it should be all right. The thing is, it's a Throne of Skulls event. So, although the thing is, they sort of let you have your cake and eat it too at Throne of Skulls. So they do the best general, and then they do best overall. So,
so you can just gun for the no favourite game votes and just go for best general award if you want.
Well, exactly. That's where I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go for no favourite games and best general. Although, hey Phil, no one will be able to see this because we don't. Video the outro segment because it's pure podcast fun. Although bizarrely, actually, I do get videos of it. It's just that me and you like to do the outro naked, don't we? So we won't put that on the internet.
Exactly. They're missing out.
Absolutely. The fun is that we do it naked, but because of the camera positions, we don't see anything. We just sort of enjoy the risk factor. That sort of adds to the extremities of the whole thing. That's
why it's always cold in the shed.
That's why it's always cold in the shed, absolutely. Well, you're quite a hairy man. Anyway, anyway. Look, I put spray paint on a loon shrine, and it doesn't look very good at all. But I'm kind of the opinion, oh well, that'll probably do. Because look, it's yellow sort of where it needs to be yellow, and grey where it needs to sort of be grey. I put some browns on it. I put a little bit of green on the eye.
I see it, yeah. That looks pretty decent from here, from the terrible camera quality that I can see it from.
It doesn't look much better in reality, mate. It's bad, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how much time I'm going to find to be able to make it any better. That's the problem. That's basically what I'm dealing with.
Does it look like it belongs in Richard's army?
Now, that is a loaded question. And I refuse to answer.
It's not a loaded question. It's only a loaded answer.
Well, potentially. I don't think it is painted to the same standard as Richie's. I think it's much better. No, that's not what I mean.
To Richie's credit, he's actually done a really good job.
He has done a really good job.
With his
the thing is with Rich,
trunks.
The thing is with Rich is he left it crazy late because he's been dealing with like sickness and stuff, hasn't he? He's been having a rough old time. So yeah, he's just sort of he's fallen back on his usual habit of like rapid firing it. Bizarrely, I think again, all things being considered, was able to, with the assistance of my incredible wife, I have to add, was able to get all my stuff painted to a consistent tabletop standard. Already, it's done. I've not had this before, Phil.
Brilliant.
All my stuff is done, and there are, and I didn't. Admittedly, me and my wife did it together, but like, it's a rare treat. So I'm excited to see how that goes.
That's good. Yeah. Sean painted one manifestation spell, one endless spell, and then I've just
what
been.
Have you painted?
I painted nothing. I'm resting on my laurels from last year, and I'm just taking all the stuff. In fact, the stuff I painted the previous year to that. So I'm just taking lots of cavalry, Nighthorn horses.
I thought you were taking the unit of the dead horses that aren't horses.
No, I decided not to in the end because I looked at the points. I think there's not much point in it. Basically, I'm dead on 1,000 points with I think two.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I got the general, the Knight of Shrouds on steed, Reichlenor, the wizard, also on a flying horse, a unit of the I can never remember their name. The ones that like the lieutenants on horses, and then two units. Dreadblade Harrows. And then 2 units of Hex Wraiths. So I think originally I was toying around with either dropping like 1 unit of the Hex Wraiths or dropping the Dreadblade Harrows and trying to have the Glaive Wraith Stalkers in there instead. But I think I get more utility out of the way it's currently sort of done. I mean, I don't think I can actually even drop the Dreadblade Harrows and replace them with Hex Wraiths due to the points, I think. Because actually having a few more horses on the table would probably be a bit more useful, but I just don't think it's feasible with the points. Yeah, because Dreadblade Harrows are 170 and Hex Wraiths are 200 because they've gone up wildly in points. So I think I had that option before the points changes, but then afterwards everything went out the window and I was like, but luckily it is, dead on the money for 1,000 points.
That sounds good, mate. Sounds really good, to be fair. I'm excited to see it. And actually, I think yours and Sean's list has potential to work around what me and Richie bring to the table. Again, you'd need to kind of do a good job. If you were coming to the tabletop and you'd not played against me and Richie before, you didn't know what the list did. If you could identify the actual priorities early on, I think you could probably get to them easily enough and deal with them. The complexity of our list is the fact that they leans quite well into the regen mechanic, but also the problem is like Richie's stuff is just very durable, and mine is not super powerful at range, but it has range, and range is very strong in AOS, which is why it's pointed very aggressively. But yeah, I think that's the thing. Like there is a lot of very reliable kind of damage that comes from my kind of consistent shooting output, and then Richie just brings good durability and what have you. Plus, also, if you're a guarded hero, if you're a hero on foot, or even a cavalry hero that is trying to, benefit from that, guarded hero -1 to hit debuff, my sniper squads are very good at picking those out and can consistently do good damage, which is pretty wild. Yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, against you, Phil, it's probably less insignificant because the rend isn't taken into effect. But the snipers, as long as I roll a 2+ in the start of the shooting phase, my snipers become rend. They stay at rend 2, but they basically hit on 4s, wound on 2s, which is very strong. And if I roll a 6 on that D6 roll at the start of shooting phase, I become rend 3. Wound on 2s, which is very strong. So and they're 2 damage. and this is the thing, like there's 6 of them and they shoot twice each. So on average, you can comfortably do a consistent like 6 to 8 damage, which will basically kill most on-foot heroes consistently.
Oh yeah, that'll kill most things.
Yeah, so that's the thing you find with them. It's really annoying because you always sort of have that thing where, yeah, like you get the guarded hero hanging out, with their relevant sort of squads, and especially at 1,000 points as well. And also with changes to some of the honor guard rules, you'll probably see a few more of these little on-foot heroes, these little characters running around, because they now have this +2 movement buff thing, which has really incentivized people to taking them, which is why I wanted to lean into a unit that could just remove them, because, I feel like I'm going to see more of them. Oh, we are experiencing a technical difficulty with Phil right now. Sorry about that, everyone. Phil's internet went wibbly. Anyway, as we were saying, I will shoot people with snipers because, yeah, there's more prevalent or more likelihood that you're going to see those kind of heroes more frequently on the table, I would assert.
Yeah, that sort of sounds possible. Yeah.
Yeah. Bloods are all good, consistent damage dealers anyway. They're most optimal into, like, foot slogging hero characters, but they are also, they will put good damage into things as well. And, yeah. But anyway, that's this weekend. That's going to be fun. I'm excited for that. So that's going to be wicked. And then, yeah, beyond that, we've got Beachhead coming up in a few weeks as well. So I'm going to be helping out doing the TOing, or more specifically the judging for that. A lot of interest in Beachhead this year. A lot of people coming down. A lot of people getting excited for it. So that's super cool. The pressure is that this year the judging team, the TOing team, is probably the smallest it's been for a while. We've basically been not let down because we had ample notice that certain people weren't going to be able to attend, but we're definitely at a lower capacity than we have been. But we have a huge volume of players, so it's going to be an interesting one this year, managing that. So unless I can convince Phil to come and help TO, it's going to be an interesting weekend.
Oh, I'm sure it'd be a terrible TO.
You'd be great, mate. You'd be great. All you have to do is listen to people's, indecision and offer them an answer.
Can I do it like they do at Warhammer World, where they go, "Have you just read the book?"
You can do it that way, although that's probably not a very good way.
Because it's like that's why they've come to me in the first place, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Shock horror. I have read the book, and I interpret it this way. And it's like, oh. I mean, the problem is right now, because basically when I do like TOing gigs, I tend to like have to spend like the week before just reading the FAQs and the erratas and the dev design docs back to back multiple times over. What's fortunate in the world today is that there are lots of like commentary competitive channels that break it down as well and also give you the kind of general sort of consensus. But even then, yeah, it's vast. And a lot of the time, the thing that's really annoying as a TO or as a judge is when you tell someone what the rule is, or you make a judgment on what you interpret the rule to be and tell them that they have to work to that unless they can resolve it between themselves. And then when they come back to you later and point out that you got it wrong, and you're like, well, you got it wrong too. So what do you want from me?
You almost need a master document for all TOs to enter into every time there's a ruling and which way it goes, and then if it's subsequently found to be correct or not, and then you can cross-reference that every time someone comes with a query.
That sounds awful. I think that the problem is, like, I think as a community, the Warhammer 40,000 competitive community is massively underserved by Games Workshop as it concerns organised play. And I think Games Workshop really actually should do more to support people who are willing to put themselves forwards to do TOing. I got into it because I kind of fell out of love with 9th edition from a competitive standpoint. And similarly have sort of similar emotions towards 10th edition, as it's not really an edition that super resonates with me, although with the way that I kind of operate, I'm able to kind of learn, retain, and understand rules mechanics. I just can't be that bothered anymore to invest the time necessary to be a top level player at 40k. Not that I ever really truly was a top level player on like a global scale, but I did all right back in the days of 8th edition. These days I just kind of dine out on that form of success. But I think ultimately, I think Games Workshop needs to do more to support that team. And I think ultimately the biggest problem that 40k has is that there are thousands of people around the world, potentially tens of thousands of people around the world who want to go out and play competitive games of Warhammer on the regular. And then there are also hundreds of individuals who are enriching themselves by putting on these events and selling tickets and, filling up sports halls or massive casinos in Vegas. But there's probably less than 100 individuals in the world who are competent and capable enough 40k players who are willing to put themselves through the rigors of judging. A lot of the time you find that the actual kind of people making the money, the big wig sort of organizer people, they're, preoccupied with organizing the events, especially when they get to a big scale. But also those guys as well in the kind of pyramid scheme of things are in it to kind of enrich themselves, and they kind of lean on people's like fandom. Cause like I don't get paid, to do, judging at Beachhead. I get my hotels paid for. I get, some, subsidies like food and things, but I kind of do it for the love of, the community and the game and da-da-da-da-da. But the reality is that that's probably not going to sustain me for too much longer, because I've tried it and I've seen Beachhead kind of grow in success and all the rest of it. But I'm not really being rewarded for that in any way, shape or form. Now, not that I mind, because ultimately I have a real life job and I don't really care I'm not doing this for money necessarily. But it does always sort of weird me out with the way that this kind of pyramid scheme, such as it is kind of skewed. And I think it's a shame. And I think Games Workshop could do more, but I also think the organizers, could definitely do more. I think as a community, I think we should try and be more kind of, reflecting more inwards on what we need from that whole scene and potentially demanding more from it. But I don't think we will, because people just like to go play games, and who cares about the people who have to like actually facilitate it happening? Ultimately, they're all idiots and terrible and wrong and need to be complained about at all points. That's the right way to handle this whole discourse. And again, maybe I'm just being bitter because of where I sit in that equation presently for this particular example. But yeah,
I think it's definitely a fair criticism. Yeah. Like you can, I think at certain small scales, it's impossible to reimburse everyone that's, let's say, working the event, whether that's the tournament organizer or the person that's running the event, for example. And a lot of the stuff needs to be crowd funded and sourced, for people volunteering and, getting freebies to give away as prize support via, local companies maybe that are just willing to offer it in exchange for their name being mentioned in passing, which isn't, necessarily great sponsorship, but it's, something they're willing to do for the community, which is great. When you get to a certain scale and size of it, though, it would be great for everyone to be reimbursed in some form. Obviously, you're getting your hotels paid for and stuff like that, which is better than, it's not nothing. So you are getting some, but obviously if it can cover your costs plus also be financially rewarded, even if it's quite minor, as a sort of almost token gesture. That would be the ideal world. And it depends on really how much the people at the top of that scheme that you're alluding to is making money. If they're breaking even, while only able to cover your hotel costs, I would be like, well, that's fair enough. If there are people that are coming away with several grand's worth of money, of which some of that, if you all got 50 quid a day for your work and there's like 5 of you, it's not like taking a huge amount out of that pot potentially. I mean, I don't know. I have no understanding really of how people are organising and making money out of these events.
Yeah, so I know with the Beachhead one, the guys in Entoyment are taking a bath on it on the regular, so it's not a
Is that
profitable
a
venture.
loss? That
Yeah,
slang.
sorry, yeah, sorry. That is, they are losing money. Right. And that's the thing. I really like that that store. I really like that community, and you know, I've really enjoyed the game. So I sort of wanted to kind of support it, and I've enjoyed those weekends. I think the thing, as I say, I'd be interested to see what my opinion is on it once I've done it, because I feel I'm mounting pressure around it because it is scaling up so dramatically. I mean, we've got 200 something players at this event now, and it's like, I just feel like I've essentially ended up kind of sleepwalking into a situation where there will be a weight of expectation upon me now that might be unrealistic. I mean, again, in last year we had like 120 players, something in that ballpark, maybe like 130, which is still a big deal. But you could kind of manage that in a relatively easy way. And we had more people. We were a bigger team. So, you know, all good. But yeah, I think that's the thing. I think where I'm at the moment with it is like, I just need to see how this one goes, and I'll evaluate what I want to do in the future with it. Cause, you know, my life's quite full at the moment, and I feel like actually it might be worth, like, you know, either moving away from supporting Beachhead and doing my own events, as in like, you know, hosting Lookout Surfings or doing that side of things, or just, you know, going and playing and
enjoying yourself.
You know, enjoying myself as opposed to having to deal with all that noise. Because that's the other thing as well. Like, there's always weird controversies at events. You know, the last Beachhead, there was a bunch of silly nonsense that went on that, you know, thankfully I wasn't involved with, but I heard about, and, you know, it really got on my nerves. And I was just like, well, flipping heck, what the heck's going on with these people? And again, a lot of it's petty, childish stuff, but it's like, it's just annoying, right? Like, you just don't want to have to bloody deal with it. And that's it, really. I think that's where my head's at with it. So, I mean, I'm excited for Beachhead. I think it'll be fun. I encourage people to go along and check it out. And I encourage you to come say hello to me if you are anywhere near the competitive 40k area. I'll be walking around in a high-vis jacket, you know, chatting with people and hoping to have a really good time. Because that's the thing. I think the best thing I can say about Beachhead, and I consistently believe this, is everyone who goes to it, the people who attend it, really enjoy themselves, have a great time. We create a really fun, casual atmosphere, and people, I think, get a lot out of that. So I think genuinely there's a lot of really good things to say about it. Let's see whether that is still true at the end of this one. But yeah, we'll find out in a couple of weeks' time. But yeah, that's it really on my horizons. We signed up for a 40k doubles as well.
Did we?
Yeah, we're in for it, aren't we? You and me.
No, we didn't get tickets.
We did.
Not that I'm aware.
Richie got 2 tickets.
Okay, he didn't say that. He said he got tickets for him and Spike. It was all I was aware of.
Oh yeah, so he got one for us.
Oh,
yeah, as well.
Okay. Oh, I did not realise that.
Oh, did you not realise that?
Thanks for telling me.
I thought he told you.
No, he said he got a ticket, and that was it.
He tried to keep it because he was a bit like, basically, I think because he's a lovely man and he knows I've been dealing with a bunch of stuff. He basically was like, Dan, you get dibs on this. And I was like, well, obviously I'll take it. And then he was like, well, who are you going to take with you? And I was like, well, I guess Phil, because me and Phil have been talking about what we're going to take.
Yeah, because I don't think Tim, was Tim wanting to go to it? I can't remember now. I don't think he was.
Tim was thinking about it, but he wasn't like a 100%. Joe was on the cards as well, but you know, Joe's always on the cards until the cards actually manifest, and then he miraculously vanishes off of them. And then I know Tommy was keen, but again, it's that thing where you and me have been talking about doing it, and we've come up with a list concept. So I was kind of like, well, that's going to be the way it goes. Because so yeah, we're going, mate. I'm sorry, I'm shocking you with that.
I didn't realise. Okay, well, let's hope I'm still free. I might have booked myself up.
Maybe.
But
maybe
I think it'll be
someone
fine.
else is going.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
I'll double check my diary. Oh, that's exciting then. Oh, I've got to pay for some hotels now. Oh, gosh, okay. It'll be fun.
I mean, you can just not go, Phil. We can find someone else.
No.
It's fine. We'll talk about this offline. We'll figure it out. But if we do go, we're going to do because yet again, Phil won't want to paint anything new because he's lazy.
It's not lazy. It's just
you are lazy.
No time.
You basically what you do is there's 3 months. Like I refuse to believe there's no time. That is a mad statement. You are mad.
True, to an extent. But what would you want me to do in those 3 months? What are you after, Dan? Go on.
I don't want anything in particular. What I'm saying though is basically feels like this kind of hermity turtle type creature. It's like it's like the rabbit and the hare, or the hare and the tortoise, or whatever it was story. But basically Phil has within the last 6 months completed an epic project, which basically when Phil comes to life. He pours all of his heart, soul, and energy into this thing. He gathers a great power bomb or a great spirit bomb, and he puts it down. And then once it's done, he takes 2 years off.
Well, I'm going to dine out on that project. So it took me 3 years to complete the Thunder Warrior project.
That's what I'm saying. It takes you 3 years, and now you're sleeping.
And some of that was like 2 to 3 months solidly, non-stop as a full-time project for me, just working on it to get it done last year.
And it looks great, mate.
Great. I haven't taken that to Warhammer World yet. So here's the thing, fun fact, they might not let me because it's so...
Why?
Just because it's like there was a rule, I don't know if it's still in place this edition, but there was a thing about like no Forge World conversions. It has to be the actual models. I don't think that still exists, and I don't think they would have a problem, but they technically might go, we don't like all this conversion nonsense. I don't think that would be the case.
First of all, Phil, it's not going to be a problem because you're not going to ask. Right?
The old get permission on the day.
Yeah, exactly. And that's my best... Look, here's top tip for any of you thinking of going to an event for the first time. Never ask for permission for anything. Because... when you show up, they just let you get away with whatever. However... unless it's really breaking the rules. Well, unless it's terrible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but here's the thing. Richie complained, understandably, that he played against a geezer who barely had an army. He basically he may as well have just been pushing around bits of cardboard. It was terrible. He literally, all his, nothing looked like what it was supposed to be. The paint job was barely there. The arms were falling off. It was a shambolic mess that he was playing against. And even that, they went, well, technically he has got 3 colours on it, and technically it's okay. And it was like, oh my God. But again, what are the TO teams supposed to do in that situation? Like, the guy's there, he's paid his money, he's playing his games. Is he holding up to the sort of social contract? Absolutely not. But at that point, he's there, he's paid. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think they'd rather someone play than kick them off the event and be like, and now we've got to fill that spot with a staff member, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, the whole conversation is only brought about if what you're bringing is obviously bad or obviously wrong, right? It's to quote to quote Always Sunny in Philadelphia, what's the difference between sexual harassment and a compliment? How attractive the person saying it is. That is essentially the rule. So effectively, that's what you're dealing with. And because you've got a beautiful army and a warm, kind soul and a beautiful face, you'll be fine.
I'd hope so. I'd hope so.
No, you will be.
No.
So for the love of God. But Phil, you won't be if you ask for permission.
Fair.
Because they always, when they're behind their keyboard, they can quote the rules, But when they're there in person, they crumble. So just go with that. Go for the crumble.
Sure.
There you go. He's going to ask anyway.
I might do. We'll see.
God's sakes, Phil.
I'm sure.
Don't ask.
I think more of a question is, could you get your army done in the 3 months?
I've just done 1,000 points Skaven in a month. I can do that. I can do it that time.
Okay.
The only thing, here's what I was going to ask you. Would you, Phil, consider, because I actually think this is something that you should do for you, because I don't really want this model after I've done it.
You're going to mention Valdor, aren't you?
Would you pay Valdor?
I don't.
If I bought it and gifted it to you as a late Christmas present or something, or birthday present, because the two are sort of the same, Would you paint Valdor?
I don't really want him though. I know,
No, but it would look great. It would fit the theme, and ultimately, it would be a cool thing in your army, especially if you were considering like heresy ideas or whatever. You could use him. You know?
No, well, not really. Because here's the thing: I've got an idea to make my own Valdor as a Thunder
Well,
Warrior.
that's fine. You could do that as well as an extra thing. That's cool.
Oh, it's just more work for me though.
Phil, come on. This is insane. You gotta have some.
I mean, here's the thing: if you hadn't painted up, admittedly you didn't do a great job at it, painted up your Loon Shrine for Richie, then I would have had a strong argument to not paint up Valdor. Sadly, I don't. Other than I just don't really want to.
That's fine, mate. I understand that more than anyone. But come on, it'd be great. You love painting Valdor. You'll be all happy about it. You'll look at the lovely resin and you'll be like, "Oh, look at it! It's so nice."
Just spray him gold. Done.
Exactly. But it'd be that sort of, and again, it would be lovely because you'll be able to kind of create a nice, clean, crisp, beautiful kind of gold that sort of offsets against the more kind of tired, brassy bronze of your Thunder Warriors, and you'll get it looking just right. It'll be beautiful, mate.
Oh.
And it'll be good in your army, I'm telling you, mate. It'll be good in your army.
Maybe.
Come on now. I'm basically saying that I am willing to gift you how much is it? I'm willing to gift you an £83 miniature just for the convenience of not painting it, but being able to use it.
It is even in stock because most of the resin stuff's out.
It's in stock. It's in stock. We can buy it this weekend. This weekend we'll be there in person. I'll just hand it to you.
If only this was in video form, people could see the peer pressure that I'm succumbing to.
They can hear it, Phil. They can hear it, but
We'll see. I'll see how I feel on the weekend.
So just to be clear, right? To be clear, what we're going to do, the theme that we're going for is Phil's got Thunder Warriors. I'm going to take Dark Angels, but not any kind of Dark Angels. I'm taking basically prototype Dark Angels, the very first Dark Angels that killed the Thunder Warriors in collaboration with Valdor. So Valdor basically appears in front of a rabble of Thunder Warriors and some other not Imperium at this point, because they've obviously sort of superseded from that. They're traitors, essentially. They're treacherous. They're angry. And Valdor appears in front of them, and they're like, "Come on, mate, you're done for. We're gonna duff you up." And then they reveal the Astartes for the first time. And the Astartes are basically Dark Angels, but they're this dark grey, so they're not even like black armor at this point. They're just actually referred to as the Angels of Death, and they appear in this really dark grey armor, and they're all very sort of fresh and new, and they've obviously been rushed out of production, and they're all got like combat stims to the nines. They're very Primaris, essentially. They're sort of fresh off the production line, no Primarch, just going out there and, doing the business of murdering in a cold, efficient manner that is the kind of groupthink of the Astartes. And it's a really cool scene, and it's really awesome. But in our version of reality, for whatever reason, Valdor, alongside these prototype Dark Angels, have come to reinforce the Thunder Warriors, presumably doing something in an alternate universe.
It's the Frenemies concept. Me and Richie did it once before, where we did Gaz and Yarrick with his Orcs and Imperial Guard to team up. They've become best of friends, so we're gonna do that same concept for this one. Noting that Valdor is actually going to be Lionel Johnson as a stand-in, basically.
Yeah, he's on the same size base, or at least he is when you put him together on his decorative base. So he'd have to be deployed on his entire decorative base. But yeah, it's basically seemed like a really cool idea. And then I'd basically take a load of Horus Heresy, Space Marine miniatures, run them as like intercessors and Hellblasters, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then
I guess you could run them as tactical squads if you wanted to.
You can do, but the problem is that, once you start getting into the... It's not that they won't be as good, although they won't be. It's just the problem you find with it is that effectively, the issue becomes when you start kind of dealing with other squads. So fair enough, if all you took were tactical squads, you could do it. But when you start to dabble with some of the other stuff, because I'm thinking that I'd have a captain miniature with sword brethren, an intercessor squad, and a Hellblaster squad with the lion.
Oh, nice. Okay. Hellblasters, very Dark Angels.
Well, exactly. And again, very Dark Age, and again, something that you can easily replicate on Heresy miniatures, so you can have all the plasma gun squads, so it basically becomes like a tactical support squad with plasma guns. So yeah, I was thinking, one intercessor, one Hellblaster, and some, or even maybe potentially, I would take like the command squad, like the Primaris command squad thing they do these days as well. But again, I'm exploring those options, figuring out the list, but it all starts with the lion being represented as Valdor, and then you have Custodes represented by Thunder Warriors. So easy peasy. So that'd be fun.
Yeah, sounds good.
There you go. Last things last, Elder have gone on pre-order. We're going to pick up the books. I am genuinely not going to pre-order any of it, which is wild considering how much I, should love Elder. They've been my army for a long time, but I just know that I'm not going to get around to getting them done anytime soon, and there's no point me spending what is actually quite an absurd amount of money on stuff that's just going to sit in boxes. That is a pattern that I am attempting to break.
That's fair. I think one thing's worth actually saying is this is the first time in what feels like forever where they've done genuinely like a normal release. They haven't locked it away in limited edition boxes. They haven't put it in kill teams. They're just going, here's the units in 40k branded boxes and the characters in standalone boxes. Here you go. And I'm like, this never happens. Ever. In my mind. At least, maybe I'm just misremembering, but it always felt like stuff's being locked behind, big box sets of stuff for a long time. And then stuff dribs and drabs out.
Yeah, 9th edition, the Eldari were locked behind a kind of box set where the Chosen and the what are they called now? The Tech Marine for Chaos Space Marines, the Warp Forge, something.
Warp Fiends?
No, it's not Warp Fiend. Anyway, whatever he's called.
Forge? Not Forge Fiends.
No,
okay.
No, we're not going to remember it. We'll move on. But they did that. But it's going to be it's going to be a significant release. Obviously, a lot of people are super excited about it. What was crazy is they put out an article on Warhammer Community that essentially confirms what we kind of know already, which is that Karandras is not in the book. But they also say that they also reference the Shadow Spectres Phoenix Lord, which is obviously a Forge World miniature that probably almost certainly is gone as well. Definitely won't be in the book, but possibly won't be elsewhere. But they also, Phil, reference a new one. They just chuck in there the Shining Spear Phoenix Lord. They just go, that's a thing. And it's like, okay.
Is that going to get a model, or is it not rules, but is there now in the lore?
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones. So I think we're probably going to see a Shining Spear Phoenix Lord in another wave of Elder in
next edition or whatever. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess that does sort of make sense because there's like a Phoenix Lord for all the units. Yeah. Although I've never thought about that.
Well, there isn't currently, but there will be soon.
Yeah.
However, whatever happened to the Crimson Hunter Phoenix Lord? Hey, come on.
Yeah, which one's the Crimson Hunter?
The plane.
Oh, right. I mean, at that point, why not? Why not give
Well, it's an aspect warrior.
Yeah,
the Crimson Hunter is an aspect warrior, so, yeah. But the prices on the Elder are bananas. If we assume that they're going to stay the same, which it seems like they will. Each of your Phoenix Lords will cost you between 28 and 30 quid, and each of your 5 Aspect Warriors will cost you 40 quid. So one unit, one reinforced or fully fleshed out 10-man unit of something plus Phoenix Lord will be a whopping £108 if you buy it from GW.
That's pretty mad. I guess the thing is, Elder's such a comprehensive range. Trying to collect like one of everything is going to be very expensive, and it's sort of one of those armies where it feels like you've got to pick a lane. Then you'll be like, cool, I'll do one Phoenix Lord and theme my army around that and take a lot of units of that particular aspect and go down that route.
I disagree, because I think the problem is now is that basically the Aspect Warriors are good without their Phoenix Lords, but better with them. They essentially, it's way more efficient and viable for you to basically look at squads and think this squad has to have its Phoenix Lord, because without it, it's not nearly as good.
Okay. Is that very lore accurate, taking a bunch of effectively specially named characters?
Like literally, like yeah,
together?
Again, it's not lore accurate at all, in the sense that, I mean, don't get me wrong, the Phoenix Lords will occasionally get together, but they're like heroes of legend, like, and they all off doing their own thing, like, you know. But yeah, I mean, the thing is are we going to see a situation where every Phoenix Lord is in every army? No, but we'll definitely see a situation where everyone will probably have Jainsar, everyone will probably have Fugan, you know, and it'll go from those. There'll be the obvious ones that go in every list because of the internet and the relatively limited creativity of 40 players. But that's fine.
Just throw them under the bus.
Mate, I speak as one. I net list like crazy, because the problem is the game is what it is. There are efficient options, and then there's trash. I do agree with that. There are often issues with that, and I've seen it from the reveals so far, even in the Astra Militarum lists, and I'm looking forward to going through those codexes, but there often isn't a choice, and I sort of feel like adding in things like points and war gear do make those choices more viable, whereas sometimes it's just more like, well, one is objectively better than the other. With characters, maybe that should be less of a thing, or the utility of it, but I think, unfortunately, the game will always inherently focus on certain aspects of the gameplay to be better than other different aspects, and therefore, just because one character might have that thing, it's going to make that character just better. Yeah.
Regardless.
It's just the way it goes. It's the way it goes. Like, unfortunately, like, there's always just going to be winners and losers. It's the same in AOS as well. Like, there are stuff that you won't take in AOS because it's trash. That's just how it is. You know, it's like, it's the way it goes. Although I think, one thing I will say with the AOS system is I think the indexes now, and the fact that the books haven't massively changed some of the core concepts from the indexes, do create, as we've had like them for 6 months, that there is still seems like there's more experimentation and people are pushing and presenting new ideas. We saw that at the LVO, that, you know, lots of stuff was really kind of mucked up in terms of what we kind of understood going into it. Has kind of been changed with the advent of that gameplay. So yeah, anyway.
I will say, because obviously we talked about, singing our praises of AOS earlier in the episode. One of the things I would say is a bit of a criticism is all the War Scroll profiles come across a bit samey for the most part. It's like everything hits on 3s or 4s, everything wounds on 3s or 4s, it's -1 rend, it's probably 1 damage, maybe 2. And it all feels like every unit nets out about the same, almost regardless of its points in terms of its profiles. This is not necessarily true, and there are a lot of nuances in that in terms of the abilities on those weapons. But quite often you could look at a bunch of different units and you just go, all of these seem really average in terms of their profiles. And there's only 1 or 2 units where you go, oh wow, it's got like 3 damage or D3 or whatever. Like there's a lot of, and I guess those things should be rare, but sometimes you just give me a really cool unit that's really strong, but then just point it through the roof to give me a choice of cheap stuff that is a bit naff and some really good units that are very expensive. And mostly it's just all a bit middling.
I think they do have.
Maybe maybe that criticism is of myself in terms of the armies that I'm looking at that have those, because I'm not saying that from every single army that I've looked at.
I think that's the thing. Like, you look at like Slaves to Darkness, they've definitely got some standout characters with some real punch. You look at even things like a lot of the Chaos factions are like that. So I think, it's not totally inaccurate when you're looking at armies like Nighthorn or even Soulblight Gravy Lords, but
they're on the gravy boat, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Buddy, I've just remembered I got to be up at like 6 a.m, so that'll probably do.
Fair enough.
Right, well, there you go, everyone. That was episode 196. Hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. I'm not going to enjoy editing it because I haven't got very long to do that in. But, that's my problem. And obviously, if you're listening to this now, I was able to solve it. So cheers for that. Hope you enjoyed it. Have a great one. Look forward to seeing you episode 197. And until then, goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Bye.